And
It's
Republicans will play to those voters because that's how they like maintain their majority.
That's like
Because,
the
like,
core
you
of
have-
their party. That's
Republicans
the
are
thing.
LGBTQ friendly.
Hey,
Like, it's not
Fucking
evangelical.
So stupid.
Hi, Prime.
Hi, Prime.
Hey.
Hi, Prime.
What's up?
Prime, can I
We're-
open up?
You wanna...
Prim case.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Just tell me when I can be released, and then I will be released.
Okay, sure. Sure. We're on the wrong. No wonder.
We're in the wrong
room.
channel.
Yeah,
We're waiting
like-
for
shit.
you.
Yeah.
We're in the waiting room.
We're not in the right place.
No,
Yeah,
no.
dude, we're waiting
there's-
on you.
Never mind.
Oh shit!
It's
Here
not
we
worth it then.
go. Ooh.
I got first.
Now-
Holy shit.
That was the fastest move.
Yeah,
from
that's the
waiting room
fastest
into
move.
thousands on each
Oh,
other.
Good job, Prime. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I'm ready for her.
That was
I'm
me.
ready for Cutter on this
There you
ball.
go.
Are you a mod?
Doobie,
Are you a mod? Oh, nice.
yes.
Okay.
Of course, yeah.
Doobie, are you a turtle or like a dragon?
He's
Depends on
a
the
frog.
day,
He's a
really.
gay frog, and gay
He
frog
is what he
hell.
wishes to identify as. Let's not.
I
Oh,
really
you're right, my
wish
bad.
you wouldn't use the frog.
True.
It's so difficult to know when your hand is raised when using the frog. It's like there's no contrast in that one. It's very difficult to tell. So like if I'm like, it looks like I'm ignoring you, I'm really not. It's really I just don't see the hand raised for the frog. But it is what it is. So all right, you want to start off, Katarana? Jump on in.
Yeah, I do. But for some reason, my window capture isn't working, and I need everybody to see how much I think Doobie's incorrect. So just give me a couple seconds.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Someone else
man.
jump in.
Oh,
She actually said she was about to be released, and then so wait a second.
Release the Kraken in 5 minutes.
That is
Drew,
I mean,
you,
given that her
okay.
position was that children like 11-year-olds should have access to porn, I'm kind of worried about what's going to be on that window.
Oh.
To be honest.
Oh. Yikes.
Drew, you really wanted to talk about that last topic,
Okay,
didn't
I can. It's working now, so
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm ready. Okay. So first of all, I think the whole idea that you have about like sex workers being like forced and no one wants to be there is like really harmful. Like people do choose to do sex work, and like that's a completely valid career. The fact that you're saying that like, oh, I don't want to watch this type of porn because I feel like she's like being violated. Like, okay, there can be some form of concerns about like the genre in the first place, but a lot of people like it's part of acting. Like people are sometimes like that's what they're going for. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're like, I don't want to be here. Oh, I hope my parents know I'm safe. Like that's not the way that sex work works. And sure, I mean we can have a whole conversation about regulation. And I know that Pastel had wanted to bring it up anyways. That perhaps like it needs to be more regulated. But if we're going under the assumptions, and which is often the case that a lot of sex workers are choosing to be there, like just the idea that like we must protect the women. Women are very fragile. That's just someone's daughter. Like I like people are able to work whatever the fuck they want. Like let them have a job. Like what's the problem?
We can't
And
run
then-
it. That's oh sorry.
I ain't done yet. Okay.
sorry.
No. And then like that and like combination with the whole idea that like I think you guys are like really using the word like children to like put on like a little plate on what they're saying on what you're saying, because like when you're saying children, it really makes it seem like I'm advocating for 5-year-olds like at their pre-K to get like their favorite porn in their like handout, and like that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for people that are like technically able to go and get jobs, because like 14-year-olds can have a job, 15-year-olds can have a job, 16, 17 can have a job. There are like you can work, you can make money. I was making money at 14. I was raking leaves, made quite a bit of money off of it. Sure, I can make enough money to pay for my own porn subscription. So if that's the case, like I just don't like this idea of like we need to stop the children from seeing things that they shouldn't be able to. Like as I said, like there are 14-year-olds out there blasting ass, dude. They're fucking. Might as well let them know how to do it properly. I don't understand this
Through
like
sex ed,
idea
not
of,
through pornography.
pardon?
Through sex ed, not through pornography. You
And,
teach them in
dude,
sex ed classes.
Okay, I'm telling you right now that if my sex education was based off of sex ed, boy, I didn't know until 17 how, like, I thought you shat out babies until I was 17. So it's clearly not doing that good of a fucking job. So might as well let people.
So you
like,
reform the sex ed system. You don't
Yeah.
prescribe
but
that children watch
okay,
porn.
but like, but I know, but and I'm not prescribing it. I'm not saying
No,
that
but
like
you wanted it reformed, right? You wanted pornography reformed to the point where it could be safe for kids to watch it, not in its current state, but you like.
I'm
wanted
okay
it
with
to be better,
Pornhub being
right?
up, but if we're gonna go ahead and say we need to regulate the porn industry, I'd rather just people sit down with their kids and say, I understand it's the age that you want to beat your little ding dong. Here's the proper sites. Don't look at this. This isn't really healthy sex.
That
but this
doesn't
is
work
healthy
though.
sex.
In the advent of
Sure.
social media, it doesn't work. The data backs that up.
Okay, and that's great, but like what I'm saying, like I know that everybody's like, okay, we should go and reform sex ed, but people have been advocating for people to go ahead and fix the sex ed in the Bible Belt for years, and they haven't fixed it. So like
So the
these are all
solution is
nice.
to do something even more difficult and even more
I'm just saying, like,
idealized,
I'm saying, like,
romantic
in our
ones.
current system, if we want to sit there and speak about utopia, like I love utopia too. I would love UBI too. Who's going to pay off my student loans? But you know, at the moment, we're talking about where we are today, and where we are today is that like this is a lot easier of like going ahead and having conversations with with 14-year-olds and
It's
saying.
not. It's literally not. The data doesn't support you on this. The meta-analysis that I cited in our conversation specifically noted that social media is too rampant and open for parents to actually have control over this from their kids to that degree, unless you had like an authoritarian parenting style where you ban kids from using the internet altogether. And I'm not opposed to some parents choosing to do that, but at the same time, it's just not realistic.
Do you have kids, Layman? Do you have kids, Layman?
Yeah, they just go over to their friend's house and use the internet there.
So it really does come down to the grassroots of the parents. Like you can't expect schools, you can't expect social media, you can't expect the internet to show your kids how to act, how to be, especially in situations where it's sexual and stuff like that. It's very intimate. It needs to come from parents educating their children, letting them know what's expected. And I know, but for me personally, when I was younger, my parents told me, this is what happens. This is your responsibilities. You wear protection. You have birth control. They were very open. So, I mean, it's really about being open with your kids. I've got 3 young daughters, and I think that it's my responsibility as their father to let them know, like, hey, boys are going to be pressuring you. You know, it's just the way it's going to be. I know it's not right, but that's the way it's going to be. And you need to be responsible and let, you know, myself or your mother know what's going on with your life. We'll be completely supportive of you no matter what your decisions are. But
Absolutely.
we want to be supportive of you. And that's really the only thing we can do at this point, because
it's not the only thing you can do. That's not true, but it
no,
is
no, I
one
mean,
thing you can do.
it's not the only thing you can do, but that's the most effective thing, from at least in my eyes as a parent of 3 young daughters.
I just
shit I've ever heard in my
think,
life.
Layman, what you're asking for is just like really, I don't really think it's very realistic. Like going ahead and like, let's say, just putting up a credit card wall. No, I didn't say. No, but I'm saying with the whole like age restriction, like putting up things and saying like you need to have a credit card. Like
that's yeah, no, fair enough. That was something that I wouldn't. I was just adding that to the side, saying I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that. I'm saying, but my big thing that I want to get forward is like the sex ed stuff and the reform to sex ed. That's what we can all agree with. That's what the data supports. Most of the time, at the end of the day, that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, I just honestly, I think, sure, reforming sex ed's great. There's countries that do sex ed's better, but also like for everything in the States, there's always a better, and there's always like another system that America can always look at to see that how to do things better. America just likes doing things fucked up. Let them do it. They're very good at it. It's their favorite pastime. But what I'm no, I know we can advocate. I'm just saying that like there are certain states where like no matter what you tell them, like, hey, can you try teaching a little bit more sex ed that includes like LGBTQ identities, and they say no, and
You're
like there's your answer.
LGBTQ identities.
No, but like there's a lot of different things that need to be incorporated.
Okay, what you're effectively arguing for is like Baby's First porn site where they get the correct kind of porn. Like that seems way more difficult to do. First off,
she already said she isn't, Doobie. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Doobie, you're kind of strong.
No, I'm not.
And I do feel bad for you.
Hold on. Let Doobie speak. Go ahead, please.
So let me understand. Okay, if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, I'll tell you what I think you're saying. You're saying that we should allow these children to have access to porn, right? There should be no blocks, but hey, we should maybe work on making that porn more realistic, more authentic. Maybe direct them to sites where they aren't doing like fucking BDSM crazy shit and beating up women and shit. Right. So effectively, yeah, you're advocating for baby's first porn site where here's the vanilla stuff, baby. You know, go crazy. That is what you're asking for in effect. Now, it doesn't. To me, it's baffling that you would think that makes more sense than just saying, hey, let's maybe try to do better with sex ed in schools. Right? 'Cause I think the sex ed system in schools, not perfect, but probably a much better alternative, right? Fixing that is much better alternative than just opening up porn to fucking children, where they can get exposed to all the toxic shit that young adults and people over the age of 18 already get from porn, and we already know how that affects them in their lives and how they're in their relationships and how they see women, how they interact with each other, how they think about sex, their fucking their ideas about what it means to have sex or be sexual with a person, what they think a woman should look like, right? All these things. Right, so it just seems like you're saying, hey, we know this is bad. Let's give it to children, or allow children to have access to it even earlier, so it affects them even more. Like that just seems like a brain dead to me.
So I'm not advocating for like us going in and talking to like people that are already looking at these things, like saying, oh, you know what, we should go in at 5th grade and start letting them know. Like that's not what I'm asking for. I don't want anybody to see it that wouldn't already be interested in looking at it. But like what I'm saying right now, sex ed's broken. And I know we can advocate for sex ed being fixed, and I wasn't trying to like, it pull anything, but it's an actual serious issue. There are states that won't even go ahead and let people know how to have safe, homosexual sex. So if they're not going to go and do that, they're not going to go and parent your kids better. Like if they don't let kids know that there are other options besides abstinence, then they're not going to go ahead and incorporate other things. So I think what is a lot more realistic and more feasible is that we go and talk to like our kids, like your actual children, and let them know that like more about, and obviously like I can't go into every household and fix things, but in my ideal world, what I would like is that like rather than what I had, which was when I was 13, my best guy friend was just like, you're gonna learn what porn is, and I was like, I don't want to, and he's like, well, you're gonna look at it, and that was my experience. But I would rather have my parents say is like, hey, you're getting to the age where you're able to create children. I want you to know that if you're ever interested in knowing about like other things, I'm here and open for you. And if you need to know about like what a healthy relationship looks like sexually, that there are these types of sites out for you. Because what ends up happening currently is that you have people like me who are, once again, 14, not interested in anything related to sex. You have your friends that are like, well, we're having sex, so you're going to learn about what sex is. And then, you end up watching all this porn. You're like, whoa, what? I have to do that? No one's going to, no, there's no kisses before? Nah, dude, you just get on your knees. That's the way it works. And like, this isn't healthy. I think we should let people know that there are more healthy ways to see it, because no matter what, even if you're not showing porn, they're still having sex before 18. Might as well have like a standardized ground where people can see what a healthy relationship looks like, rather than having some people that completely don't know what sex looks like and some people that are watching Pornhub, and then those two people end up having, some people think that yes means no, other people are like, I don't even know what a penis looks like. Might as well just even out the grounds. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay. All right. So I'm jumping in here because I had to hold my tongue the entire goddamn time before. And oh man. Yeah. So I'm pro porn. I think porn is great. Now, is all porn equally great? No, absolutely not. Certainly not the case. Just like there's abuse of porn, there's just like there's abuse of anything, there's definitely abuse of porn, right? There's definitely a material out there that literally anyone, I don't care what age you are at, you shouldn't be doing, especially if it was made by coercing any individual, right? So if anything like that has happened, I do not endorse that, right? That should be illegal. The people who coerce those individuals should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Okay,
so nothing
great.
For kids.
Nothing for kids. What? What? When did I bring in? Oh, you mean like?
Kids can't really give informed consent to this stuff, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, is that you're saying? Okay, nothing with kids. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah, no. I mean like watching it.
No, I wasn't. Come on, I didn't even bring that up. All right, so I was talking about the creation of porn. The creation of porn is what I was just saying, right? And now on the other end of it, I'm not for this puritanical bullshit that we're seeing here. Not at all. I think that we've grown up in a society that's so afraid of sex, so terrified of sex, that of course the vacuum was going to be filled by porn, right? Where like we'll show kids violence regularly on TV, right? That'll just be a thing that we'll see people die, right? And it won't be a big thing. But if like a pee goes into a vagina, oh no, everyone collapses into tears. So now I'm not for that. I think we should actually be open and honest about this natural part of life. Right now, of course, we can be more age appropriate. It doesn't have to we don't have to start at like 4 years old or something, right? But we can introduce kids to these concepts and in a healthy manner, right? Which I think is part of Katarana's point there, right? We can introduce kids like that. We can step up. In fact, I want to say it was Oregon. I want to say Oregon, but if I'm wrong, maybe it's Washington. But if I'm wrong, correct me. That like introduced a new sex education plan in which they were actually going to do this. What I'm talking about, like gradually increasing, like year by year, like what you expose kids to in terms of sex education, but starting like from elementary school age and just talking about these things, right? So they're aware of these things, and it helps them protect themselves, right? When you start introducing them to these topics young, right? So now
but that
my problem. So I'm not going to get bogged down on this thing with kids, right? So you guys are, because this is where you can usually get bogged down. Like, oh yes, we got to protect the children. Sure, right. Yes, protect the kids. Great. Moving on though, back to what do we? Oh my God, dude, please not. Please,
I'm so sorry.
Please,
I'm sorry.
Maybe mute yourself or something. That'd be great. So back to Juby and what I was saying previously, right? Talking about how it hurt me to watch this woman, like this woman who had hopes and dreams and being railed by some guy, right? And her life is destroyed. Okay, yeah, I'm not for this sob story type thing that you're creating, right? Like that woman, again, assuming that she was not actually coerced, because if she was coerced, then that's a different story. But if she went to this contract willingly, like anyone else, then yes, then she did a job, right? She wanted to be a part of this, and I will not take away her agency. I don't take away anyone's agency. So if people want to watch porn, then they should absolutely be able to watch porn. I don't take away anyone's agency. I'm all about freedom to do what you want, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, right? And so if this woman wanted to participate in that, then that's okay. Let her. She may have enjoyed it. Like you're just inserting your thoughts into this woman, right? And making up this past where she's some sort of victim instead of a person with agency who made a decision. So I don't do that to anyone, right? So I assume that everyone is a fully operating agent unless I get more information. All right. So, all right. Well, I'll let you guys in, then I'll come back in. So it's not all me monologuing.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
You can respond.
Okay. So I think that I have a ton of problems with what you said. I think my biggest one right now is that you say, oh, she agreed to this, right? Now, I believe that we exist in a patriarchal capitalist society and with a type of capitalism that is extremely exploitative, right? That I think is really there's a lot of really perverse incentive structures, right, that need to be addressed. And so I don't think it's fair to say, oh yeah, she agreed to this. It's totally fine. She agreed. She signed on the dotted line. We do whatever the fuck we want to her. Right? I think that given that we exist in a society where people need to work to fucking eat, to have like a roof over their head, I don't think it makes sense to just accept, that no, she signed on the line and it's totally her free will and she wanted to do this. I don't think that's the system we're living in right now.
So you're an authoritarian.
So hold on. So Doobie, are you telling me that you are on the communist socialist left? Is that what you are talking about? Capitalism equal bad? Are you with that? Because capitalism is all about exploiting people, right? Like that's how the system works. I hate the system, right? So if we're talking about tearing down capitalism right this moment, this terrible system, which I've railed against for hours and hours on this channel, then I'm absolutely for it. If that's what you're for, then I'm for that too, right? But along the way, yes, people are going to do jobs that they don't want to do because people have to pay rents. Now, again, one, you don't know if that woman that you're talking about actually didn't want to do it. You're just saying that. You're just asserting that this woman didn't want to do that. So you're taking away her own agency and putting in your intentions on this woman, right? That you don't even know, right? I'm not even sure you can name her. But in any case, so unless you're talking about tearing down that system and then putting an actual fair system in place where people aren't exploited at all, and then can actually sign on to contracts freely, absolutely freely, right? Then this is a pointless. This is a useless point. Go ahead, you can respond.
Wait, hold on. Yeah,
actually, a good example of Mia Khalifa.
Hold on. I think there's like a misunderstanding. So I'm a pretty authoritarian nationalistic person, right? But the reason I'm this way is because I think that a nation's first duty is to its people. Right? I don't think we should live in a society where people need to fucking go grind their asses off their warehouses every night just to have a roof over their head and to eat. Right? Like I've said before, I could be totally in favor of like guaranteed housing for people, guaranteed jobs for people. Something like UBI that's so all the basic necessities. I mean, I can't say the word. Universal college, right? I think all these things are good, right? That doesn't mean I'm a communist. I'm not a communist, right? But I think the nation's first duty is to its people, and I don't think that given the resources that this nation has, I don't think we need to have this kind of capitalism. I think this version of capitalism is pretty fucked. Now, so beyond that, I think that like if you agree with me that we live in an exploitative system where people are being agreeing to do jobs, to do an some kind of labor that is damaging to them because they need to pay the bills, then what we're basically talking about right now is sexual exploitation, right? The sexual exploitation.
But every job is that. Then every job is physical exploitation. McDonald's is physical exploitation. Like, should we ban McDonald's? Should we ban literally all jobs that people don't want to be doing? And that could be any job. You can see an office worker could be in a job that they don't want to be doing, right? Until we literally tear down capitalism or replace it to whatever you're talking about, right? Unless we actually do that, then it's still a problem. But when you imply sexual exploitation, what you're doing, you're putting that out there as if like these people are being sexually abused, right? Like equating that with something very different, right? But that's what people hear when you're throwing that out there. And no, it's not the same, right? Like this is a person who is using labor, right? Their own labor, right? Their body, just like you could do like lifting boxes within a warehouse, right? Using your body to accomplish a task, right? A task that has value within our society. In this case, it happens to be sex. So that's my problem, is that you're conflating these two things. They're the same thing. They're not.
Well, I don't think it's a conflation. I think it is sexual exploitation. But the reason I'd agree that people are exploited, I said this in every other job we're doing in society that people need to do. People going to work at McDonald's don't want to fucking work at McDonald's, but they need to. They are being exploited for their labor because they need to pay the bills. That's true. I'd agree with that. But what I'm saying is that the reason this is extra bad to me is because first off, it's sexual exploitation. But secondly, that exploitation comes with a host of fucking I call them like stigmas, right? Bad consequences for this person because they're being exploited in this way in a society that is patriarchal, right? That is heavily patriarchal, where women are taught, you're having sex a lot, you're a whore. No man wants you, right? You need to look this way and dress this way and behave this way during sex, right? It seems like we're by allowing this and encouraging women to go into this field or to speak as if it's not especially detrimental to them. We're encouraging people to go into a field that is just like carries like fucking baggage that they will never be able to get out from under.
Quick question:
right?
Do you know any sex workers?
Really quickly. So
do you know any sex workers? That's all I want to know.
Yes. So I'm not against it because like I just think it's watching people have sex is evil. No, it's because I think that in the society that we live in, it's unethical. Right, the vast majority of it is totally unethical. Maybe there's some people on OnlyFans or people who make like amateur stuff who just do it because they want to have fun, right? But I think the vast majority of the porn industry, as it exists today, given the incentive structure and the society that we live in, is totally unethical, and I can't support it.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Nine Tails, then Johnny, then Katarana. All right.
Can I go last? There's something going on outside my place, and I'd rather.
Okay. All right. Johnny, Katarana, then Nine Tails.
Porn is actually an extremely privileged subset of people, if we're being honest. If you're being honest and you actually know any porn stars or people who have been paid thousands upon thousands of dollars to do a single shoot or something like that, there's a reason that that's such a small subset of people. It's because they are models who enjoy sex work. Sex work is not enjoyable for everyone, and Doobie seems to be projecting and saying that anybody who's in that position would be miserable. But sex work is in fact something lots of people try to do because it's enjoyable and it makes you, in a lot of people's cases, feel very good about how you physically look. So yeah, it's something that not a lot of people can do, though, because you have to have the perfect body. You have to be able-bodied. In a lot of cases, you need to be a certain race for a certain role. And so it's extremely privileged to be in that position in the first place. So I would love to hear why all the sex workers who fight for their ability to do that are lying in Doobie's, obvious worldview.
Should I respond to that?
You can respond, and then
Absolutely.
we'll go.
Yeah, I think, okay. So like I said earlier, there are some people, I mean, I'm aware, I know a couple of these people who do this because, it makes them feel good to get the attention, because, they like to show people their bodies, whatever the fuck, right? And they're not doing it because they need to pay the bills. They're doing it on the side, right? Because they like it for whatever reason. Right? In that situation, I don't think it's exploitative, right? But what I'm saying is the vast majority of the industry is not that way. Right. The vast majority of the industry is like, oh, well, you get 500 for this. Hey, if you do anal, you'll get 700. And the model who needs to pay the fucking bills, like, oh God, that hurts, but I need the money, so I'm going to do it. That's what the industry is like. Right. This is not a good industry. Right. So if it was all like that, John, if it was all people who just did this, because they wanted to, and they didn't have this kind of like perverse incentive structure, what I think is a coercive incentive structure, that leads them, for most of these people, it leads them to doing these things. Most of these people aren't like, most porn actresses and actors are not like multimillionaires making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. These are like people who do like one-off because they needed to pay the rent or some shit. And a lot of these people get pulled into really, really shitty situations that we've seen, like with what's that woman that someone brought up, that Muslim woman that someone brought up earlier. I forget her name.
I posted
she was an example of that. There's examples of there's this expose of like, I forget, like Girls Do Porn or something like that. I forget the exact name of the website. Literally taking like 18, 19-year-old girls, putting them in porn, abusing the fuck out of them, and then like now they got paid like fucking bare minimum for this, and now their shit's all over the internet, and their families are finding it. In many cases, people send this shit to their families. It's a really fucked up industry. Right, so I'm not against it. Like I have no problem with like sex being on film. I have a problem with sex being on film. This type of sex being on film, and this fucking really disgusting incentive structure in society. And what I think is a patriarchal society. A little more clear. Okay, I think it's pretty clear. I think we're in a patriarchal society. I think that we're in an exploitative capitalist system, and I think that until those things are fixed, I don't think that the porn industry in its current iteration is ethical. I wouldn't support it.
Okay, let's go to Katarana.
I know these are a bit of nitpicks, and I do have a general point, but I just want to correct a couple of things. First, Mia Khalifa is not Muslim, and she doesn't like it when people say she is, so please don't. I know it's a nitpick, but I know that was part of the whole fetishization. It's like, oh, she's wearing hijab, but she's not Muslim. So, and then also, I think you're kind of like using like the words and like to kind of make leftists kind of somewhat interested in what you're saying by saying like patriarchy and the capitalist structure, but like what you're actually getting to is quite regressive. So sure, in capitalism, we're all whoring out ourselves. All of us are always whoring out ourselves. We're always doing shit we don't want to do. So a lot of times people don't want to have any of the jobs that they want. So what's the problem with someone having another one of the jobs that they didn't necessarily want? Because no matter what, there's someone serving you your fast food that doesn't want to be there. There's a customer service person that doesn't want to be there. There's somebody that's making sure that your internet's running right now that doesn't want to be there. So what's the difference? Let people have the job that they want. Like, as long as they're getting their bills paid, like, let them do it. Sure, I agree that there is like a bit of a problem with the fact that people have to, some people are put in situations where they have to do it for a quick buck, especially, you know, with the whole, you know, college girl thing. But like, I think that's more of a problem with like your government. Like, people shouldn't have to go and do porn to pay for university. And the fact that you guys have like such expensive university where people are put into situations where they have to do things that are sometimes exploitative is more maybe something that you should lobby for and say, hey, people should have a right to like have higher education, and being able to count isn't enough to be successful in society. Like, as you know, like Belle Knox, like she had to like do porn to get through Duke. That's a problem in itself. She's a smart fucking girl, and she didn't want to do it, and that she shouldn't have had to. And we're literally in a system right now where a lot of college girls are on OnlyFans, and that's still exploitative. They completely are running their own shit, but it's exploitative. Sure, if you want to say that it's exploitative, then it is. Then go fucking have free university. People want to get higher education. People don't necessarily want to show their nippies on the internet. So fix your system. But everybody else that like is past like that age, or maybe didn't want to go to university and they are doing sex work, like then they're free to do it. Like, people, as I said, we're being whored out every day. I, you know, in a way, half of us that are on Twitch right now probably don't necessarily want to be here at all hours of the day, but we're here because we need to make a quick buck. So like, stop bitching and let people do sex work.
Okay.
I don't know that that's necessarily the best argument that you could use, like sort of other people are miserable, let's let everybody be miserable. I think that the problem with Doobie's messaging is not that he is acknowledging that some people are getting messed over, but Doobie, I think that if you're gonna have that energy about, you know, putting the message out there, then maybe put the message out there that people can improve the porn industry, that people can improve conditions for workers, and they can always, you know, buy from an individual artist who doesn't work with a big company.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that might.
You can respond, and then we'll check on Ninetales if she's ready. If not, then we'll go to Layman. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that that makes sense, but I think that like one of the biggest problems that I have with like just this talking about this topic, right, is that at some point I remember like 10 years or something, this argument was coming from the left. Porn, you know, dehumanizes women, objectifies women. It's a patriarchy, all these things that I agree with, actually. Right, the acknowledging that the patriarchy exists is not like a communist position or some shit. I don't know where that comes from. But at some point, sex workers were identified as like an oppressed group, minority group somehow, and then it became like impossible for the left to criticize porn, to criticize the thing that these people are doing to earn a living, right? Because in effect, you're attacking these people, right? And I don't think that's the case. I think that it's okay to criticize porn, and I think that's what I'm doing. I'm saying that the way that we engage with porn as a society right now is not healthy for us, for the vast majority of the actors involved, for children that might stumble onto it. I think that we need to massively like rethink this. So to me, as someone who wants to see that rethinking happen, I can support, you know, I can promote, hey, we need to get rid of a lot of these incentive structures. We need to give people housing and UBI and access to college for free, so they don't need to go into this if they don't want to, right? That's what I can do, right? But until we get to that point, I just can't personally like support the industry. I can support individuals, right, who are doing this because they want to on OnlyFans or some shit, right? But I can't support the industry as a whole. I think it's pretty bad.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Prime, can I quickly say something really quick? It's not even a full thing.
Right, sure.
Okay, so the reason why sex workers are often seen as an oppressed group is just due to lack of labor rights. They don't have the same labor rights that a lot of us have. So I see them as an oppressed group, not because they're doing sex work, but because they don't have the same type of like medical leave, you know, maternity leave and all that stuff that a lot of us have the privilege of having. So that's why I see it as an oppressed group, not because it's like, oh, you know, you're doing this.
Okay. Let's go to Ninetales. She's ready, and then after that, we'll go to Layman.
Totally ready. Thank God that's over, whatever was going on. Yeah, so several points. Just going to get my notes up. First of all, I think Doobie is being very disingenuous because a lot of these things just really, I've never heard Doobie be consistent on a lot of the things he's concerned about. So I just want to move on from that.
Wait, can you tell me where? Because that feels like a stupid red herring. I think I'm totally consistent.
I mean, you're kind of contradicting a lot of the misogynistic views you had, but I have a lot to cover because I also
I'm not
notes.
I'm not a misogynist. It's stupid. I'm not.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep going. So like this, like overall, as far as what to do to protect children, this is definitely something we can research more. There's data showing one side, there's data showing the other. Meta-analyses making conclusions from both sides. A lot of times we see correlation, but we very, very rarely see proof of causation. Although I'll admit that I've seen Drew has showed me at least some causation on one side of the argument. So there's that. Okay. I really do think that all of these negative influences that we're listing are better treated through education and through the parenting. Like, these aren't exclusive things. We need both schools and parents to address these things. And like, honestly, when it comes to like a child's mind, I'm honestly more worried about there being like a void where like they could just come up with whatever they want about what sex is. And, you know, we're not getting rid of things like Google because you can find porn on there. We're not getting rid of any of these other things that could potentially access porn. We're just focusing on the distributors of it for some reason. And I think that that's a bit nearsighted. And yeah, going off of what I think Johnny Scarlett was saying, or it might have been Katarana, you're effectively, in this case, this is for you again, Doobie, you're forcing people out of doing sex work by choice, which is pretty fucked up, because what if people don't want to do like regular day-to-day work? And so I think that by doing that, it's pretty authoritarian. So hopefully you aren't evading criticisms like that. And finally, ableism and beauty are okay, sorry, 2 more points, and I'm trying to be quick. Ableism and beauty are mattering less and less with the advent of amateur porn and the online social porn culture thing, like with Snapchat Premium. So we can rely on things to change, especially the misogyny and the sexism. I have an inside scoop on this, actually. There is going to be porn released that shows sex between a straight man and a straight straight transgendered woman, to break the stereotype that only gay men have sex with transgendered women. So that's going to be really, really huge for the porn industry. And I think that just because it's slower at making these changes to adapt with the times doesn't mean it can't.
So hold on, but don't Ninetales, just curious. And I see your hand, Spoon. We'll get you in after Layman. I mean, don't they have men who have sex with, like, do we know that all the men who currently have sex with transsexual women now aren't, there's no straight ones there?
Oh, it's just not categorized like that, right? So if they do, it's only done with gay male actors, or it's like just not put under the straight porn categories, put under the gay porn category.
Oh, okay. I mean, I know of one porn star who like went from like doing quote unquote straight porn to trans porn. So I don't know. Okay. I was just curious about this. Just curious what you're saying. But all right, Layman and then Spoon.
Yeah, I just wanted to put something out here, I guess. So something
Johnny,
that I really don't
Johnny,
like.
we can hear you typing. Johnny, we can hear you typing. If you could mute yourself, please.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Layman, please.
Yeah, just there's a big problem that I have with the whole conversation around this. And so what I don't like is like I've had a porn addiction. There's a lot of negative effects that are very, very empirically verifiable, and it seems like it does trend in one direction over the other. And what I find really, really frustrating is whenever I try to talk about that shit, I get lumped in with some like dumb fuck caricature, like fucking sexual Puritan authoritarian dubiism bullshit all the time. And it sucks because like I have to constantly deal with that, but then I also have to constantly deal with like reeling people into what the actual subjects are, which is like oh god, I'm so fucking disoriented right now and frustrated. So like I think that everybody should just, I know that it's really fun to like use Doobie as a punching bag and stuff in these conversations because he's like the crazy authoritarian guy, but like I would really, really love it if Drew talked more and there was just like somebody who's actually researched this stuff and knows what this stuff is and has the more like critical of porn consumption position actually like said something to the lefty people here, because he has like a lot of data with him. I know that he like prepared a lot for this topic, and I think that he should be talking about this. I think we should stop like entertaining this age-old tired boomer, oh the women, oh the exploitation. Like I've been through this shit like personally, and I'm just so fucking sick of it. And I want people to talk to Drew. Please just talk to Drew and don't talk to Doobie about fucking anything about this topic. Please. I'm fucking begging you. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Holy
Are you okay?
shit.
Okay.
Are you okay, man?
So
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking dip from this because I'm fucking gonna scream at somebody. So I
Okay.
don't want to do that.
This is what
Everybody
porn
have a
does
good
to
night,
minds.
you guys.
Oh, thank you.
See you, buddy.
Thanks for having
See you,
me.
buddy.
Brother. So I'll go to Spoon next, and then Katarana, and then maybe we'll see if Drew can enlighten us.
So I wanted to address what you said earlier, Prime, about like, you know, everybody should have like this like personal liberties to do what they want. And like I fucking hate it when people make this like freedom argument, right? It's the freedom to do this thing. Like we fucking restrict people's freedoms all the time. That's like the point of the state, right? To say like, hey, I know it's like your freedom to do it, but like this causes harm. So please
Drinking
don't
and
do that.
driving.
We need to restrict that, right?
Okay.
And we do this when it shows like harm.
Okay.
Right? Which is like, it's just really simple. It shows harm. We go like, this is bad. Maybe we should restrict this. And I think there's a lot of evidence, like Layman brought up, to demonstrate that there is in fact that harm there. Secondly, like people keep making this like assumption that porn is somehow like educative. Like one of the biggest and most valid criticisms of porn is that it promotes really fucking bad stereotypes. Like, what is this like? Do you know what? I think kids could watch porn. I think it's very educational. I think they'll just, you know, instead of focusing on sex education, let's just have them watch porn. I can't see how this is gonna cause any negative consequences. Like, where the fuck has that come from? That seems really backwards to me.
I would say to you then, since you addressed me, then after that we'll go to Katarana and Drew. I would say to you that okay, true, we do regulate people's behavior. But are you saying that the porn stars are the one who are receiving that harm, right? Are you saying, is that what you're saying? That like,
well,
because that was the argument I was responding to.
Yeah, there are like multiple nuanced things where like maybe the person involved is harmed, maybe the industry is bad, maybe the people buying it are bad, maybe blah 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 blah. There are multiple times, right? And we get all we do is just discern if there's sufficient harm in any of these areas, and porn seems to fill all of these areas. I don't know how you can consume porn ethically. I don't know how you can make it ethically. I don't know how you can like host it ethically. I don't know how you do any of these things.
How do you know these individuals, these sex workers, do not want to be a part of this or are being damaged by it any more than any other workers who are exploited within capitalism?
Well, you don't like specifically down to like the person, obviously not. Like that's a bit of a ridiculous claim to
I didn't
make.
say I didn't,
but
I didn't
like,
make that. Yeah, go ahead.
I know. But like when you look at this in like a broad distribution, you tend to see that the vast majority of people who are doing sex work are doing it because they have no other avenues to pursue, right? And that's like disgusting. Like that's terrible that like people should be forced into that, right? I'm not saying like they're bad people for doing this. I don't even take the position that we should ban porn, just to be very clear on this, right? So I'm not saying that like these people doing the sex work is their only option are disgusting. I'm saying the position that they're put in is disgusting.
So,
right?
but that's capitalism's fault, right? Not porn's fault.
That is
right?
you know, I'm
And
not
then-
pro-capitalism, right? You know that to be true.
Wait, sorry, excuse me. Say that again, please. I'm sorry.
Porn is my fucking life. I haven't yanked the tank in a while, but you know how much I beat my shit.
Okay. Anyway, so moving on.
Heaving it in.
I was ready for it. I was ready for it.
I wanted to hear him.
Oh no, but I was ready for it. Move on.
You the
Spoon.
antithesis to Doobie. You needed to keep him. He was Doobie's antithesis.
But Spoon, go ahead. So I didn't hear what you said. You said something about capitalism. I missed it though.
Yeah, so like I was saying, it's like the idea that like sex workers are just doing this free of demand. I'm sure there aren't people doing this, right? But the vast majority of people aren't, and it's
No,
horrible
how do you know
in
that? How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do you know
How
that?
do you
Like,
kn-
it's just true. Like, the vast majority
so-
of like prostitutes are like
Oh, hold
sex
on,
workers.
okay,
and
hold
they're
on. Now,
like a
see,
pimp who just
first of all, you're
exploits
mixing
them.
multiple people, multiple things. So we're not talking about escorting. We're not talking about like prostitution, right? We didn't talk about anything about that. So you're just introducing that. Okay, so we're talking about porn stars, right? Do they want to be a part of this or not? Like, can we find out?
Again, you can't know. You have to look at an individual basis, right? But like, as the ethos goes, as we see this as a society, it seems like the vast majority of them.
No,
don't
you're
want
just
to, and they're
stating
just
this.
doing it 'cause it's easier money.
You're just asserting this. You're simply
Again,
asserting this.
This seems to be like the consensus in society, does it not?
No, hold on. Well, what consensus?
It's
It's
a
not my consensus.
stereotype. It's what we call a stereotype.
Yeah, that's what that sounds like.
Yeah,
Exactly.
where does that stereotype come from?
That stereotype
Are you
comes from
serious?
people being
That's a
within
really
the
stupid
patriarchy,
road
that
to go down.
patriarchy
Where
that
does it come
everybody's really like harping on tonight. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that sex workers aren't at a higher risk of being harmed, but it's a lot like how trans people are at a higher risk of being harmed, not because they are who they are, but because society at large has a certain idea about these types of people. And as I said before, if you are in the privileged position to be a stereotypically good-looking white female, it is an option for a lot of people. It is an option. And what you're talking about is sex trafficking. When you talk about people like it pisses me off when people conflate sex trafficking, literal sex trafficking, with people who sit with their girlfriends and are like, "Hey dude, I think that I'm gonna do some sex work because like it's easier or it's fun or whatever. Like I don't want to work at McDonald's and this is fun." Like
Okay, so
you
what
know,
I'm alluding to here
I don't know where
is
your data comes from, and it conflates with everything that all of my sex worker friends have ever told me. So I just really want to know where you get your data other than
I'll tell you.
stereotypes.
Right.
And none of the shit that you
I'm gonna
said
tell you.
about people being harmed is not true. I'm just wondering why you think that's everybody.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you my answer now, right? So what I was alluding to when I said, where do you think these stereotypes come from, is in fact porn itself, right? It's a self-perpetuating loop. So people get these ideas from porn and they perpetuate them into society, which drives people into this loop, which makes porn, which you see where I'm coming from, right?
Which ideas are you
And like I
talking
said
about?
earlier,
Can you just be
it's like
clear?
an undisputed fact. It's like an undisputed fact that porn encourages negative stereotypes, all right? Maybe there's some porn that does. Oh, it's great and it's very educational and it's loving and everybody gets along, right? But the vast majority of porn encourages negative stereotypes. Think of one other place in society where it's okay to categorize people on race and sexuality and put them into separate areas for your viewing.
Okay.
That's fucking weird.
So you're moving the goalposts here. I see what you just did. You just moved the goalposts, right? So first we were talking about whether these workers wanted to be here, right? Wanted to be a part of this, whether they were being exploited, right?
Well,
and then
no,
you
I-
moved to like, oh, it's also perpetuating a negative stereotypes. You just moved the goalposts, right? So
Whoa,
20
no,
yards down.
No,
Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm not moving the goalposts at all here, right? So these workers are being harmed because a stereotype is created by the work that they do. That's not moving the goalposts at all. I perfectly explained this circle.
So okay, so because society does it, so I want to be very clear, right? So I'm not straw manning you, right? So you're saying because society looks at porn or sex work in general to be a bad thing, that in itself, because that stigma is the hurt that these
No, not
Okay.
the society.
Okay.
Views sex work as a bad thing. The porn itself encourages negative stereotypes, right? And then those negative stereotypes are perpetuated into society, which encourages people then to create porn, which creates negative stereotypes, so on and so forth.
I'm not
Okay,
understanding
so
your
why
loop
is the
here.
answer not to make better porn? Why is the answer not to make better porn? Because all you talked about is again the same thing with Doobie. Y'all are saying things that are right. Y'all are saying things that are correct about a certain subset of sex trafficking. That is true. But with Doobie and with you are bringing your entire energy into all of these people are being subverted into doing this and it's a miserable life and you don't want people to do that. People want to do sex work, they're going to do it. It's just you're putting your energy into the part that's not change it, into the part that's not make it better. Have actual sex workers producing porn, have actual sex workers making porn so that they can set their own like somebody talked about labor laws earlier. Why are we not talking about that right now? Why are we not talking about labor laws? We got some smart people in this room, I think.
Okay, I can answer this as well, right?
That's a
So,
bold claim.
quite frankly, I don't think you can make porn which doesn't encourage negative stereotypes, and this is why I brought up this fact earlier. Where else in society would it be okay to categorize people on sexuality, on their race,
How
on
we
I don't know,
categorize porn is part of how you can change porn.
on the shape of their body, right? How else could we do this? And this is
There are
always going to be
dating
prevalent,
sites
and
that do this
especially
right now. I can
and
go on
that's
Hinge.
fucking
I can go on
that's
Hinge right
that's
now and
bad
say
as
I
well.
only want to date white people over.
That's bad as well. That's disgusting.
Then
Okay,
let's just
I-
fucking fix
Okay,
everything.
yeah, fuck,
but
fuck that as
so-
well. Right. So let me finish my
Okay.
point.
Well, so hold on,
Let me
no.
finish
So
my point.
hold on, no, sorry. We'll finish your point. Then we go to Katarana. Then we go to Drew.
Yeah, let me finish my point. I don't think we should be doing this in any fucking aspect. Obviously, like in that dating side as well, that's fucking weird. I don't think you should be able to be like, I specifically want to date white people. That's like, what kind of fucking policy is that? But the thing is, you can't do this, right? In pornography, especially with the way algorithms work, especially with the way the marketing works, there's no way you can be able to do this, right? If you click on, like, let's just say Latino porn, right? The algorithm's going to learn that. It's going to learn you like Latino porn. It's going to prescribe you more Latino porn. It's going to send you down a rabbit hole, and this does happen. All right, this definitely does happen. Not just with algorithms, but just with how websites are set up and how marketing works. Right, they're always trying to sell you something, and this exists outside of capitalism as well. This exists wherever a fucking market exists. So the idea that this is like a capitalism's fault, I don't think so.
So we got to go to Katarana, then Drew.
Yeah, no, Pornhub's dumb as shit. They don't know what I want to watch ever. I always have to scroll through. That's just no. Like they don't do anything on their algorithm. Dude, the head office is down the street from me. They're dumb as fuck. They don't do anything. Okay, they don't do any type of that smart algorithm thing. No AI. I can guarantee you. Great. They don't do the whole thing with the like, oh, make sure I see you like Latinas. I'll give you more Latinas. They don't do it. Every time I go on Pornhub, it takes me about 4 hours to find anything that's worth a goddamn. So that's fallacy.
Ooh,
also, you straw.
Damn.
It's my turn. Okay. Also, this I don't know why Prime was so hell bent on not strawmanning you, because you strawman the fuck out of me. What's up? You said that I don't want to do sex ed reform. Who said that? I didn't say I don't want to do it. I said that your own fucking states don't do it. If you want to go ahead and pass it,
to show people porn.
I said tomorrow. By tomorrow, it's easier for my mom and dad to go and tell my little brother this is the porn to look at rather than your state changing.
How are they going to know which is
that...
the right porn to look at if they don't get sex ed?
Shut up. It's my turn. Okay. But yeah, like it's not true. Like I didn't say that I have no interest in fixing these things. I would be all for going ahead and doing these things. But as I said, states are already very bad at telling their students that abstinence isn't the only option. So they're not going to fix it in the way that you want it to be fixed tomorrow. Sure, maybe in 50 years, Alabama will learn that maybe, to teach people about how to use a condom, but that day isn't today. So like there's other things that we need to do in the meantime. And like I just hate this, like we have to protect the women, so the women are being harmed. Okay, like first of all, the most popular people on porn, the top porn stars are always good-looking white women. These guys have more options than like a lot of other groups of people. Like a lot of them are choosing to do porn. They could have done other things. They could have done a minimum wage job, but they realized, hey, this is more fulfilling for me day to day. It's not like of course, capitalism's fucking us all over. It's fucking them over too. But like these aren't like the top people on porn. The top porn stars aren't the most disenfranchised people on the street corner. They're good looking, skinny ass white girls. I can't do porn. My ass is too fat for that shit. Can't do it. Okay. So like it's just not an actual like thing where like, oh, I had no other option. What? Like these are. What do you mean?
It's cherry picking. You're saying like, hey, look, here's like 10 people who like it works for them.
Okay, right now, let's go on Pornhub, and you'll see the top
category for larger people.
We are not encouraging anyone to go on Pornhub.
Literally, let's go on it. Go on it. It's not. I'm not talking about the first top 10. I'm not talking about the first top 50. You can probably see the first, like most of the 2,000 are just good-looking skinny white girls. Like they have other options.
Compared to who? Like there's 2,000 skinny
white girls. Are you now saying that privilege doesn't exist? Like
no, I'm not saying privilege doesn't
exist.
I'm saying like you saying like
compared to who? Compared to most people,
no,
they're able-bodied white girls.
Size? I'm saying what's your sample size, right? I'm saying like here's 2,000 people in which it works for, compared to the how many millions of people doing this where it doesn't work for them.
Okay, then go on all the Pornhub and see the top porn stars.
I have a question.
Millions of people. Hold on, no, wait on it because we got to go to
what's your sample size?
We waited for Judith in a while. All right, so we'll go. And how do you know it's millions? I don't know, whatever. But let's go with.
Wait, but
oh, you're not done. Go ahead.
Because he keeps on making me forget one of the points I had. Oh yeah, and the whole thing about stereotypes. That's dumb as shit. Don't say where do stereotypes come from. Hey Prime, do you like watermelon?
No,
where
absolutely
did
not. I actually
come
hate
from?
watermelon.
What is?
Yeah.
Huh?
Actually, a self-perpetuating loop there, is it? Like I already described that position.
No, but like just the whole fact that like you use that as like where do stereotypes come from? Like
Well, if you're contributing to your own stereotypes, then yeah, that's like an issue, right?
Okay, am I contributing to fried chicken? Let's talk about it. Don't say dumbass shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you like fucking do something really stereotypical, then yeah, you are contributing to that stereotype. That doesn't mean that stereotype is universally correct, but you are then contributing to that stereotype. Yes.
Okay.
Like that's how stereotypes work.
Yeah, there's
That
like
is how
this
stereotypes work.
Key and Peele skit about this where there's a black man being buried and like, oh look, he used to do like shows in the 50s where he was like just the total black stereotype. Oh, it's a dumb black person eating chicken and shit. Yeah, that is a thing, right? Like,
okay, so we'll go to Drew Welty and then we'll go to Stardust.
Okay, I'm gonna try to say this as fast as possible. I have a lot to say, so I'm gonna try to get through it pretty quickly. So I have a small preface before what I'm about to say. So I'm not gonna talk about banning porn. I'm not gonna talk about sex workers. I think it's important when we talk about policy, we need to talk about externalities and evaluate those externalities. So all this next statement is just talking about some of the externalities that might be here with porn based on the data that I've seen. So I'm happy to link any data supporting any claim I make in the next statement, okay? So I'm gonna read two brief things about some of the effects that I found in the data. There's two sections. One is about children and adolescents and one is about adults. So the one on children and adolescents is that porn consumption in children and adolescents has been associated with unrealistic attitudes about sex, unrealistic sexual values and beliefs, higher levels of sexual preoccupation, earlier sexual preoccupation, maladaptive attitudes towards relationships, beliefs that women are sex objects, less projective gender role attitudes, higher levels of unprotected sex, higher levels of alcohol and drugs use with sex, lower levels of confidence, lower levels of social integration, increased conduct problems, higher levels of delinquent behavior, higher incidence of depressive symptoms, and decreased emotional bonding with caregivers. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about children and adolescents. For adults, we're talking about porn consumption being associated with lower levels of bystander intervention for sexual assault, higher acceptance of rape myths, higher level of aggression regardless of if the porn is violent or regular porn, higher than that if the porn is actually violent, higher levels of actual verbal and physical aggression, less egalitarian views towards women, higher levels of hostile sexist attitudes towards women, lower levels of interpersonal satisfaction, and lower levels of marital satisfaction. So those are like just some of the negative side effects of this that we might need to talk about. And I'm happy to give you all the data to support any of those claims. And I will go through those specific claims if you have any questions, and I can tell you whether or not the study is a single study, if the study is a meta-analysis, or if the study contains a caveat restricting it to a specific population, or if the study contains an experimental design, meaning it's not just correlational data.
Okay.
So
Did you put the study in chat?
Yeah, I have a quick question on that. So did it say what kind of sites, what types of porn, or was it just porn?
What I just did was I collected a bunch of claims that I found in a bunch of studies and just listed them out. I have about 17 citations to give y'all for these particular claims.
If you can put them in VC chat, put them there, and if you can also put them in Twitch chat, go ahead so that people can take a look at these. We'd love to look at that. All right, so
all right, I'll take a second.
Did you hold on? All right.
Wait, but why would you do that? That's kind of like not Weasley, but like that's kind of setting out all those negative aspects. There has to be context about it, like so, like you have to cite like what the study is actually pertaining to. And I know you said you cited the references, but just gift galloping all those points without citing like the background of that is like kind of shitty.
Here's the problem. Okay, I've been waiting for the conversation to get anywhere approaching negative consequences of pornography. We've been talking about sex workers for an hour. It's important for me to be able to list off some of the negative side effects of this conversation. Ends in 5 seconds. I know I at least talked about them. like I said, I can provide data for every single one of those points. So I'm going to provide all my citations right now in the chat, and then I will link those into the Twitch chat.
Okay, let's go to Stardust, who's been waiting patiently, and then Ninetales, and back to Katarana.
I am just a little bit confused because I feel like I don't know what the exact subject of this conversation is. Is it about sex workers? Is it about porn?
Porn star.
Is it about
Porn.
Okay, it's about porn star. Okay, is it within porn worker? Is it about porn workers? Is it within the US?
I'll tell you.
Is it
Hold on, I'll tell you.
internationally?
So yes, we were talking about whether porn should be. Well, I can read you the exact question that spawned this conversation, and it's up here. So 1 second. The exact question was: is pornography a social ill? Does it do more harm than good? Should it be more heavily regulated? Should we take a firmer stance to protect children? So it was all those things.
Okay.
Okay. So then we'll go to Ninetales and then Katarana.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so quickly going to address what Drew was saying, but upon realizing that we're talking about sex workers, I'm just going to come back to that and talk about some capitalism real quick. Drew and I have already had this discussion, so we don't really need to have a back and forth. Though Drew, I'd love to have an actual discussion with you about this on some sort of platform. I don't know if you stream, but either way, there's a lot of correlation going on here, and I'm trying to bring up the Twitch chat on my phone, but I have a study that says that very few of these things have ever demonstrated causation. A lot of what Drew mentioned as far as the negative side effects are also just potential personality traits people have that you could find alongside porn viewers. And it's been demonstrated just by like market demand that porn viewers typically do want to see misogyny. They do want to see that stuff. Not that I like that, but what I'm linking very quickly, and I linked it now. What I'm linking also said there are positive effects. First of all, people who Polish university students who seem to consume porn between the ages of 18 and 26. Reported taking less risky sexual behavior. So I think that, with proper education, a lot of the concerns of negative effects can be addressed. And we can also just change our cultural norms for these things and have people understand that, maybe your fetish is misogyny, but that can also be very detrimental if you bring that outside of your fetish. As far as like capitalism, all that stuff goes, we really need to consider what we're doing by telling people that they can't empower themselves this way. We're not just saying, hey, look, what you're doing is bad. What we're saying is we don't care if like all these other jobs don't work for you. We don't care if this is the one thing you can do well. You're just not valid that way. Your skills aren't valid because some people have some views about what could be negative. And I think as much as there might be this potential for negativity and stuff like that, we've got to support the workers. We can't just throw them under the bus because somebody doesn't like a thing. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
I would also, sorry, can I respond to something really quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the personality trait thing that was mentioned in Ninetales' comment there is, I don't know if you're referring to the data we were discussing earlier. That's not what the study said, just to be clear. It wasn't about, it wasn't.
No, I was just pointing out like a lot of the effects you mentioned were aspects of could be also someone's aspects of someone's personality. So I was pointing out the potential for correlation there, but not referring to our discussion earlier about the big fire or anything. No.
Okay, just wanted to be clear.
Okay, Katarana.
Yeah, so I haven't had time to go through all of your studies since you just linked them, but like one of the ones where it's like, what can we confidently conclude? And it's like, yeah, the whole risky behavior thing, and it says, however, the majority of the research that has found this to be cross-sectional and or correlational, therefore casual relationships cannot be established. So let me go back to my initial thing of positive pornography. If I'm not showing my child, or if obviously I'm not showing my child porn at all, but if I'm not watching rape porn, I'm not going to have rape fantasies. or like you might still, but that would be you on your own. You know, if you're not watching stuff about people doing DP, then you're not going to think, oh, DP is normal. It can all be fixed, not completely fixed, but some of these things can be mediated by simply having a conversation about realistic standards. And I also recognize that, like, you know, it might have been kind of frustrating for some of you guys to sit here and like hear us say that like sex, you know, pornography is okay because of like history with addiction, but like we can really like you can't. There's addictions with everything. There's sex addiction, but like at the same time, should you stop women from being able to wear booty shorts in the street corner? I don't think so. So like I think there's just like all these different things, and I feel like I can go through all of this, come back in like a bit, and I just feel like I'm going to find a lot of correlational things because of course, and even if it's not entirely correlational, a lot of this can really, really be mediated if we just go ahead and like let like younger people know that there are types of porn where it's not just going to be bam 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 ram ram ram. It's going to be people doing realistic stuff. Like it's not that, like it's really not that crazy of an idea just to say, did you know if you let 17-year-old boys know that there's porn out there, and you encourage them to watch it, where it's like women like having their fair equal share, you know, men paying attention to women during sex, more of a you know, a love experience, you know, having different body sizes, all the women look differently, none of them are professionals, etc. Perhaps that would really help with the issue. You won't have people sitting there thinking that, you know, every girl in the street corner is this close to just saying, hey, I need to buy a pizza, want to go to the bathroom, just like they do in porn. Like perhaps if we have people see more realistic stuff, they'll have more realistic standards. I don't feel like that's such a crazy thing to say that having people know that there's other types of stuff out there that's healthier will cause healthier attitudes toward sex. According to like every like dude that I'm arguing with right now, it seems like I'm saying some crazy shit. So please let me know.
So Drew, I'll let you respond to that, but I'm not sure if you're going to have as great as sex sound effects that Katarana happened to produce, unless you can top her there. I think you've already lost the argument. I'm sorry. Bam, 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 ram, 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 ram. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so in the data, just pay close attention. So like obviously you take correlational data as correlational data, right? And so that's one of the reasons why I said at the outset that this is some of the externalities that may be the case, but also pay attention to the data sets that I'm talking about. Are there particular studies? There's a couple studies in there and a couple meta-analyses that include experimental data within their data sets. One of the experiments that was an experimental design did demonstrate that among men that are low in agreeableness, when they expose them in a laboratory setting, or it was an experimental setting, when you expose them to more pornography, they come out with more hostile sexist attitudes out of that. So just all I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying you have to take any of this as face value. Just when you're going through, like, the people that actually want to look through the data, just pay attention to the times where there is experimental data included. It's not all correlational. So like there's another study.
But that experimental data, how do they eliminate just the general correlation that you find between agreeableness and the lack of agreeableness and hostile misogynistic attitudes?
Well, so what they did was, as they showed them more porn, they increased in their hostile sexist attitudes.
But was that because they knew that was the right answer? How do you do a double blind?
I don't know what that means. How they knew the right answer? What's the right answer here? That they tested higher on an assessment of hostile sexism? That they knew the right answer to that?
I mean, if you get shown porn and you get asked a bunch of questions and your personality type already makes you inclined to answer those questions a certain way, what if you're just verifying the correlation?
Okay,
we could nitpick every study like this.
So
you
here,
have to. It's just not as conclusive as he's making it out to seem.
Well, just to be clear, the way
nitpick studies, like you're supposed to nitpick.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Well, no, it's fine. I'm just saying, I'm just confused because if you're saying basically, so what the study demonstrates, and what they say is that as you show people porn, this specific population, men low in agreeableness, they have more. They test higher in hostile sexist attitudes after consuming the porn. So there's an increase. So like they had one level before they consumed the porn, and now afterwards they have a higher level. So like
Yeah, but there's also the effect of the observer there, right? You can't you can't test these people without realizing they're being tested.
Okay. That critique is essentially like a critique of every study ever. You're saying that people are being observed, therefore you can't take.
Okay, so
Well,
you keep saying that the study says this. I'm just wondering how did they remove the correlation between disagreeableness and hostile misogynistic attitudes? Doesn't seem like they did. It seems like they just ran a bunch of studies and didn't care about this potential.
Well, first your first objection was about them being observed and giving the right answer. Now your second objection is something completely different.
No, my first objection was originally that. Then I pointed out there's also the effect of the observer. Then I returned back to my original complaint.
And so to be clear, what you're talking about is you're talking about measuring the same person twice. So whatever bias built into their sexist attitudes is there when they get the score prior to them consuming pornography. And then they test them after consuming, and their attitudes have increased. So I just don't understand.
She's just going to say, what if they're lying? Like it's.
No, that's not what I'm kind of. Oh my god! There's a reason why we try to go for double blinds. There's a reason why we try to mask what the subject matter of the study is. My criticism is it doesn't sound like they controlled for that properly.
Let's go.
I've looked at the study. I don't want to get into the methodology and what should have been done right now.
I think I see what you're trying to say there. But I understand why there's a bit of confusion here. But let's move on to Johnny Scarlett, then Spoon. And who else? Anyone else? Oh, then Catrano. All right.
Okay, so I'm about to pop out. I just wanted to say that the only person here who I think has really dug deep into, and it was only for a minute too, about like what this question really is, if it pertains to children and exposing them to porn, it's Biggs 42,000 or 4,200, excuse me, because he's an actual parent and he has like taken it into his hands to actually speak with his children. And so that's why I advocate for something that people really get pissed off about, which is the optional parenting license. So if you want extra money from the government to help raise your kids, you can go and take classes that are totally optional that allow you to have better parenting skills. And I think that how to introduce your kids to sex should be one of those things that you can take optional classes from the government. So yeah, cool.
So,
I'm gonna pop out, you guys.
That's an interesting idea, Johnny. I never heard of that. You have to tell me more
Johnny,
about
I
it.
appreciate that shout out. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Okay. Spoon, then Catrano.
Yeah. So I would like to ask, right? So from the pro porn camp here, we have that porn is in fact not harmful, and if anything, porn is in fact good for you, right? That's the arguments I'm hearing. So maybe I can
not my argument, but go ahead.
Yeah,
I mean,
can you point to a certain?
Yeah. Whoa. I heard earlier there is some porn that can, can be very educational, can be very good for people, right? And we can show people.
You didn't use the word "some" right now when you were talking. You said porn, and
well, all right. Some porn.
Just
some porn.
semantic.
Right? All right. No. I'm trying to be very like Steel Manny here, right? I'm trying to get your point accurately. That's why I gave you the chance to disagree. Some porn can be very educational. It's not very harmful. It's great. Right? So why shouldn't we show children porn? Should we? Like, how young is acceptable for children to be watching porn? If porn is in fact not bad for you, should some porn we should be showing to children, given that it's not harmful and that it can be good for you? How young should we?
I mean, it depends.
Allowing
Depends
children
on
to
what
watch
you consider porn. Honestly.
Feline, go ahead.
In some like European countries, like they're very, very well open to like showing boobs and like sex and ass and titties like all over public TV, right? So it all depends on like what your frame of reference is for porn. Honestly, God, like, because like I'm actually in the camp of like not being adverse to like exposing children to like the human body and sexuality, because guess what? They're gonna experience it either way, right? And it's like I would rather them be like, it be a normal part of their life in some degree, as opposed to like them just kind of like fucking like, all of a sudden hitting a wall with it when they turn like the age of 15,
Well,
So
I think
clearly, go ahead.
I was just going to say one thing to note here is that there's a difference between introducing children to like there's like human anatomy or like educating people about sex. That's really separate from what most people get the idea in their head about pornography. And I think it's really important that we keep in mind some of the things that like some of these data sets show, and maybe they're just correlational, but like they're extremely concerning when you're talking about like children like trying to engage with sexual activity even younger than they might already do. People like there's
By the way, we do need to be more careful with that. I will agree. I just want to point out.
Yeah, and so like, it's not people. So like some of these studies say basically like children feel more social pressure to engage in sex when they feel like, or when they've seen porn, they feel like there's more of a social pressure to do this. There's a tendency for some children to try to replicate things, and this is. I've linked all the studies for the claims that I'm making.
Which one specifically says?
I'll look at it just a second after my statement. I'll try to point you in the right direction. It might be the one. So basically, porn is everywhere, which is like a literature review of a bunch of other studies. I think it might be that one. It's like it claims we know that we can.
Literature review then, yeah.
Well, it's a review of a bunch of literature, sure. What I was getting back to is that when you're talking about like children potentially like replicating things that they're seeing on television or like on the computer or whatever, you're talking about children who have essentially no concept of consent. So like all problems regarding consent, informed consent, and all these things are exacerbated when we're talking about sexual activity among children. So this is like one of the reasons that I'm so concerned specifically about children, because the conversation about adults is like, adults can kind of take on a lot of harms and we allow them to do that. When we're talking about children, there's a huge consent problem when we're talking about this stuff.
That's why I concede, right? That's why I'm saying that part of consent, right? Part of them learning consent early on is having them not be averse to like sexuality, right? So like if they're like watching a movie on TV, like don't like cover their eyes when there's a sex scene. Like let them like it's part of life, right? And they can like naturally kind of like just question these like things about like consent and everything. It's not like, again, it's like something they.
So I'm okay with like sex
Spoon,
education.
if you have anything else to finish, I want you to finish this, and then we want to go to Katrana, Biggs, and Ninetails.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm completely okay with like sex education, everything like that. And if anything, teaching kids young about sex education is probably a really good thing, right? Because it normalizes like treating each other's bodies as like equal and like consent and all this like good stuff, right? That sounds great to me. Like if we start early with that, that's fine. I'm okay with that, right? And you start by teaching kids like, hey, maybe you should ask to hug other kids or something like that, because it teaches them about consent. But this is not the question, right? Teaching kids about like consent, teaching kids about like anatomy, teaching kids about like safety. It's very different from pornography. It's very different. It's distinctively different from pornography. These things are educational. Pornography is strictly recreational, right? You watch pornography as a recreational activity. It's not educational.
Okay,
So I'm asking, what age should kids be allowed to watch porn? Because you say it's not harmful. You say if anything, if porn is done correctly, porn can be good for you. When can kids watch porn as a recreational activity? And if at that age, why not younger? Is my question. And you can't answer that question without saying, well, because it would be harmful for kids younger than that age.
Okay, so that was Dr. Katarana, I imagine. So Katarana, Biggs, and Ninetails.
Yeah, so I'm also gonna pull a Joe and like dip out. But my whole thing is, look, if you're already beating it like a Polaroid picture, might as well have something to watch it to. So that's my thing. If you're shaking it, then shake it to something rather than closing your eyes. No one likes closing their eyes anyway. It's not bedtime, it's shake time. Why not earlier? Because you're not shaking it earlier. That's the only purpose of why people are usually watching porn, is to beat their meat. So that's why I want it to be at the age of beating. If you're beating at 13, beat it at 13 to porn. That's all I'm saying. And I really would like to ask you guys just to stop using children, because it's really like because we're not talking about children. We're talking about adolescents here. We're talking about people that in some states are able to drive a car. So like I don't know why you're making it like I'm advocating.
Wait, like, if you can drive a car, can you watch porn? If you can get married, can you watch porn? If you can go out on your own in public without a parent, can you watch porn? What's the age?
You're masturbating. Are you masturbating? Then that's the only standard. If you're look, some people are masturbating super early, then there's already a problem there. Then we need to have a talk. But if you're like masturbating within the time of like puberty, are you going through puberty and then you realize, oh look, it get big when I wake up? Then that's when I'm okay with you watching porn. That's basically, sure, if there are anomalies, everyone knows there's anomalies. There are some girls that go through their, having periods at 9, and that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about like, you know, the typical I'm going through puberty area, you know, a little bit before you're potentially able or not able, but before you're starting to have sex. You know, in my high school, 15 was pretty normal. So, you know, letting them know that sex exists before the day that they do it is kind of makes sense. I don't understand why like this is so like goddamn controversial. Just like let people know what they're doing. It's not that
Why not before
crazy.
they start masturbating?
I'm just saying, like, literally the purpose is people are usually watching. I don't usually just come home after a long day at work and throw up porn and be like, that's nice. What a great
Yeah, but,
movie.
like, should we
There were
prohibit
ups
like a
and downs
7-year-old
with
from watching
finances.
porn?
Pardon?
Should we prohibit a 7-year-old from watching the kind of porn that you deem good?
I don't. It's really strange, like to show like a 7-year-old
no?
what sexualization is. Like,
Why?
would you
Why is
want?
it strange?
Yeah, why is it okay to
Watch
show an
this.
11-year-old with
Why
sexual
don't you tell us what you think is acceptable?
No,
Right?
don't.
Because
Okay,
everybody else has
let her
something
answer the
to, like-
question. Feeling she brought up. She said 11-year-olds.
This is the age at which they're already starting to say I'm attracted to women. So if they're already attracted and starting to form like attractions, able to get erections at home, then it makes sense to let them see porn. But 7-year-olds are just kicking a fucking ball. What's the point of letting them
So
know?
they should be allowed to watch it, right? Like if they just come across it, you should just let them watch it.
God, dude,
I'm not gonna fucking tackle them, but like I'm not about to start like a jerk off brigade that goes into every kid's house and stops them from beating their meat. But like I'm personally not a big fan of 7-year-olds finding porn and watching it. But like if you're because you're not already sexualizing. The whole point is that you're already attracted to the opposite gender
But
or
it's
the
not, like,
same
harmful.
gender.
If it's not like harmful, why
The
can't they
whole
watch it?
point is to help you understand how to do a sex. You don't need to know how to do a sex at 7.
Yeah, but again, it's not about them
I
needing
know
to.
you're
If they
just
just
doing
stumble
this
across,
because you want to
no,
catch me.
whoa,
I know you're trying to be like, oh, you
No,
said the word,
listen, you can't
haha, you're
answer.
wrong. But like,
You can't
you're
answer.
just.
You can't
I
answer.
literally answered. I said because you're already
literally,
going
So
home
the
and
question- this
erect.
is-
Are you
no,
erect
no.
at 7? Are you
No.
were you
Yeah,
erect at
this-
7?
Wait,
Hold on,
you're saying-
hold on.
wait, so wait.
One second. So, okay. Do you
This
feel
isn't the
what?
reason.
Hold on. You feel you've answered the question?
I know everyone's just trying to catch me in like a logical trap, and I feel like I've made it pretty clear as to why. Like, I don't think you should be 2 years old and like shaking your your binky and then also watching titties. There's no reason. But like, if you're getting to the age of already being interested in sex, you should know about safe ways of going about it, having sex, what loving relationships look like, etc. And
Big, stop
7-year-olds
waving
are
your
not
hand.
sitting there thinking about sex. Like, that's basically it. And then what the Joe said about teaching people or having parents know more I think that's a great idea. My parents fucked up, and so I got fucked up. Like the first couple of years of like my exposure to sex was awful because I had no idea of how to do it. When I would talk to my mom and say, "Hey, I have a crush at school," she'd be like, "You need to stop talking about this stuff." And like I think that's super harmful, and I would never wish that on anybody else. So I think, I'm very pro having people learn from psychologists when how to have the discussion, how to go about it safely. Because leaving it to parents right now, there's so much like differences in people's culture. Like some people's culture don't want them talking about sex, and then like they end up going to high school with a bunch of American kids, and then it doesn't work. So I think it's really good that we have sex classes, and that's my little thing. Goodbye.
Have a good one. Thank you for being here, Katarana. I really appreciate it. Everyone, Katarana is a streamer as well. She's already gone. But anyway, there's our link in chat once again. And we thank her for joining us on the Prime Time Morale. All right, so let's go to Biggs, who's been waiting patiently. And then
Yes.
we'll hit up Nine Toes, Drew, then Stardust.
So I think what we're missing in this whole issue is that how are these kids getting access to this stuff to begin with? So parents need to be responsible, at least somewhat, for what their kids are viewing, whether that be, I know a lot of what I see in peers my age with kids my age is kids have tablets, they have access to the internet, kids YouTube, whatever. But like we still as parents need to be responsible for what access our kids had. I know for myself personally, when I was about 13 or 14 was right when like the internet was hitting with like dial up and all that stuff. So I watched porn around that age. And before at that point, it wasn't as well known for parents what was going on with everything. So I think that we need to hold parents responsible for what their kids are viewing. And if they're not being responsible, then that's kind of the onus is on them. Along with that, I think that we need to catch up with the times when it comes to sex education in schools. I think that there needs to be something involved with the parents, as well as including things about online things, whether it be social media, online pornography. And again, I don't know what the like proper age would be to like discuss that, but I think like by high school age, most kids would be have already seen it anyway, so at least you can discuss it. Obviously, I don't advocate for showing kids porn in schools without parents' knowledge and all that stuff, but I think that we need to kind of have that open discussion. I think when I was a kid, I don't know, maybe different for you guys. I'm probably a little bit older than most of you, but like we had sex ed, I think was in 5th grade, which was about the time when you're starting to get those puberty to kick in and stuff like that. So I think what it comes down to is we need to focus on the parents, focus on how kids are actually accessing this stuff, and how we can mitigate that from the parents, because we can't just shut down the internet. I mean, it's impossible. So it has to come down to how kids are viewing it and how we can limit that access with responsibility for parents or education.
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Let me look at my list again. So Nine Tails, Drew, Stardust, and I think Clearus, you want to say something at some point? All right, I'll put you there too. Go ahead, Nine Tails.
Okay, yeah, responding to Spoonie's hypothetical, I think there's obviously a clear age to where there's no utility for a child to look at porn. Although I don't see, I think with the right education and stuff like that, I don't think that the detriment that people perceive with children seeing porn, to an extent, it depends heavily on the subject matter, is as present as we make it out to be. Now, if we're going to talk about porn of different fetishes, or like, you know, anything considered to be more than what most would call vanilla, sure. But if we're talking about movies that just have a sex scene and show penetration, I think most kids who are like 13 years or older can handle it. And honestly, I've heard of like grade 8 French class movies here that are more obscene. Just like, you know, considering that age matter that they showed. So like, you know, it's all relative. We think that just as soon as we hit some point, some arbitrary point, that it's suddenly bad. But then again, who decided that 18 is good, right? Like a prefrontal cortex keeps developing into the age of 28. So we can't say for certain that like every single person at the age of 14 is going to be able to handle these concepts perfectly. But we could also say that the majority of them probably can. And the majority of them will probably be able to put these things to use. Now, I will say, the current state of pornography is not helpful for things. I wish I would have learned more about consent. Wish I would have learned more about, you know, just anti-sexist ideals. Currently, that isn't a part of what is essentially a free market system on the internet. So I do think it needs to be regulated more, as far as like, you know, maybe you should be even older to view stuff. Sorry, not to view stuff that's misogynistic, but that's more extreme. So, you know, it's important to have like nuance with this. And lastly, I want to point out, like, we're kind of taking for granted that there are no net positives of viewing porn, and there definitely are. Drew kind of acknowledged some of them, but like some, like, or did you? Maybe I'm misremembering things. Either way, we definitely need to remember that like it's not all bad, and you know, just getting rid of this isn't the only solution either.
Okay, let's go to Stardust. Sorry, excuse me, Drew, then Stardust, then Clearus. Apologize, Drew.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I find it so weird that like as our friend just left, like I feel like there's so many times in this conversation that just like human sexuality gets conflated with pornography consumption. Like so for example, she was saying, oh well, if they're old enough to masturbate, then obviously they should be able to watch porn. Like why? Like I don't understand why, because what we're talking about, like I'm not anti-human sexuality. In fact, I think that it's probably a negative thing that maybe our country is too anti-sexuality. But sexuality and human sexuality is disconnected from media consumption. And I think that to have a conversation about this, we need to be able to acknowledge that sexuality in human beings is normal and positive. But that's a separate thing from the issue about pornography. This is this is not just about like, oh, well, if they're masturbating, then obviously we should let them watch porn. I don't think that follows at all for a single second, especially given with all the potential negative outcomes that could be associated with consumption at such a young age. I just think it's far too risky to allow children to do that. I completely disagree. Whatever age we decide, people are old enough to give consent is probably the age at which people should be allowed to consume pornography.
Okay, so but in that case, right? Like, how do you define the difference then? Like where is the backstop of like sexuality? Where's sexuality end, and where does pornography begin for you then?
Pornography is consumption of media.
I was asking Drew.
Yeah, so when we're talking about human sexuality, I'm talking about things that human beings do together or by themselves that are sexually oriented. I'm not talking about consumption of media at all. So, like human sexuality, like when we're just talking about sexual development, it's so weird. Like I feel like, I mean, people sexually developed before they could watch porn or before they could see things on television. I just think it's very weird that like this conversation has to constantly go back to like, oh, well, what we want is positive sexual feelings, sexual education. That has almost nothing to do with pornography.
Why are those two things like mutually exclusive, right? Why can't you like explore your sexuality, right, and explore like explore intimacy and sensuality through porn? Like, why are they the two like binary things?
So what I would say is that, I mean, like, I just think that it's too risky given the data that I just cited. I think it's pretty clear that there's
so like you keep saying like that data you cited, but like you literally just dumped a whole bunch of like links into like chat, and like you're not pointing to which ones you're talking about when you say these things.
Oh, there's a bunch of things. If you want me to say like specific things, then well, I mean, like I'm happy to talk about specific claims if you'd like. I mean, it's fine. Like I just like it just seems like if you want to like actually like argue about specific studies, I mean, I guess we can. It just seems.
So what are we actually even arguing about here? I kind of lost what is even happening right now, because obviously I think that there are some positives that can be gained from pornography, and there's some negative things that we can gain from pornography. But I think that when it comes to like the kids issue, like I think that there's a pretty much like understanding like it needs to be done responsibly, whatever way it's done, whether that means there's like, you know, sex education classes, like I don't know if there needs to be like actual like full on like sex shown in sex education classes, or like birth given. Like I know there's some classes where when I was in high school anatomy, we actually saw birth of human children in class on video. So like I don't understand really what we're arguing about.
Yeah, people are arguing different things. So our good friend Doobie, our Dark Lord, and Savior, is arguing ban it all. That it's terrible industry, right? And Doobie, I see your hand up. So yes, he says ban it all, terrible industry, right? Drew is pointing to specific studies that said like that these things, well, as far as I can tell, correlate to like watching porn correlates to a number of negative side effects, right? And so that he's putting that out there. And then Spoon, well, he said a few things. One, he was talking about like the fighting against the thought that we would that porn could ever be beneficial with minors, right? And then also he brought up the negative stereotypes that are harmful. Because I'm talking slowly because I don't want to straw man you, Spoon. But like the negative stereotypes that are harmful to porn workers, to sex workers, right? And that. I still don't know what your point was there, but like there are 3 different points that are being argued here. That's why it's kind of scattered, and then we got trapped on the whole kid thing. So yeah, but again, Spoon, I didn't want to straw man you there. So if you want to state your point specifically, so everyone knows.
Yes. Yeah,
I'm just going to quickly head out. Okay. By the way, so good night.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, good night.
Deuces.
Yeah, so as I said, right, as Drew has pointed out with these studies, right, there is a measurable harm done by pornography, right, and this is obviously like not bad. We don't want this harm in society, and then furthermore, this is then perpetuated by pornography itself. So one of the biggest and most valid criticisms of pornography, especially with how it currently exists, and the vast majority of pornography as well. Now you can claim there's good porn, but that is not how most porn exists, and we all have to acknowledge that. they do perpetuate these harmful stereotypes. And we very much know this to be true. And you can even see this just in the fact that, as somebody else said earlier, not even my point, the top 2,000 fucking porn stars tend to be white women. If that's not perpetuating a stereotype, I don't know what fucking is. Secondly, the idea that these perpetual stereotypes then bleed into society, as Drew has already shown, these do bleed into society. These raise people's rates of misogyny. I think they call it benevolent misogyny, where it's like we should protect women because they're lesser, right? Which I think is bad. I think women are equal. I know, fuck me. So and this bleeds in, right? And then we end up thinking women are lesser as a result. They need to be protected, right? And this leads into even what, like a whole plethora of worse outcomes. This supports the patriarchy, which is the exact system that we don't want, right? So that's just the point about like the cycle that is created by this like pornography, right? Secondly, the harm done by pornography. You can disagree. What I've read, it seems to be a catalyst, right? So if you've got these kind of attitudes, then pornography enhances them. I don't know if it's necessarily causative, but there's certainly enough data there to suggest that porn is not exactly a zero-sum effect, right? It does something. I'm not going to pull it out my ass right now. I didn't prepare for this panel.
Which day you're talking about? Like, don't just say
I'm not going to pull out my ass. I didn't prepare for this panel. Okay, I don't have it on me right now. I'm just saying the data I have seen. All right.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
It tends to be. Sorry, I wasn't done. It tends to be causative, not causative. Sorry, but like it's a catalyst. It makes things worse. Thirdly, the idea that like it's no harm. This completely falls apart under scrutiny, right? If there's no harm, why the fuck isn't everybody watching it? Why can't a fucking 5-year-old watch porn if there's no harm? If porn is done correctly, why not, right? Just because they might not want to, just because there's no like reason for them to watch porn. If porn is on in the household, like active pornography is on in the household, and it's good porn, should we just have that on the TV in the middle of the day with children walking around? Why not? If it's not harmful to children, why the hell not? Why the hell shouldn't we have that?
Okay, so Ridiculous, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. It's very, very much appreciated. I would say quickly to that, then we got to move on to Stardust and Claris. That well, that's a separate point. So Katanana can defend her own points, right? So I'll state again that because when you're on a panel like this, like and people are clearly divided, sometimes each individual's person's stances kind of get like mixed together with other people. So I'll say that once again that I think we should be introducing we shouldn't be so puritanical in our views when it comes to sexuality, that we should have more an expansive sex education. And what that looks like, I don't know. I think Oregon, or was it Washington State, are doing are trying to find out exactly what that is, right? Trying to create age appropriate sexual education that helps introduce people into these topics, right? So I'll leave it at that. So like I said, I wasn't going to go down this whole road with kids and porn. Like, you want to ban kids from watching porn? Okay, sure, whatever. All right, that's not the only way to introduce people to human sexuality. Not the only way to make that happen. So sure, all right, whatever. I think the more interesting conversation is whether porn in general is harmful. Whether porn workers are harmed. Whether we should have this industry at all, right? I think that, for me, that's the more interesting topic, though people seem to want to focus on kids, but I'm not even bothering. Whatever. I don't think it's all that interesting myself. But we'll go to Stardust, Claris, then Feline.
Okay, if I can have a request, like Feline, if you cannot interrupt me while I'm speaking, because I've seen you doing that with other people, and I know like you have a history of doing that. Basically what I was going to say here is like I have a few points, so bear with me. I find that I'm kind of disappointed, actually, because I think that there are good points to be made on both sides of this argument, and I feel like I feel like a certain side has not been making their point very well. They very well could be making the point better, but it's just gotten so semantic and so bogged down by like the details. Like, let me nitpick every little piece of this one study that you're presenting. How do you tell like if people are answering something a certain way just because there are other people present? That's such a stupid argument. I'm sorry. But secondly, I have like a variety of views on this whole subject, and they all often like are a little bit weird, but I don't get why in the US we're so okay with showing war and glorifying violence to children, but we're so afraid of somebody seeing a titty on screen. I don't have a problem with people like if it's normal media, like a movie, right? People maybe reducing how much we like sexualize like the human body, right? It's just another titty. It's a mammary gland at the end of the day. Secondly, I view porn separately from that because the viewing of porn, the enjoyment of porn is a sexual activity, and that requires consent. So putting a child into a position where you are asking like them to engage in a sexual activity, which is the viewing and enjoying of porn, absolutely not. I think that is the age of consent. You should be at the age of consent when you see those things. And I personally believe this is going to be pretty hot take, but I think like the age of consent should be higher. I think it should be the age of 21 because people get exploited all the time, and your brain really just isn't developed. But anyways, but that's besides the point. My other hot take is I think that we should have sex education as early as possible. So as soon as like people are aware of like being alive, I feel like people should be given sexual education because it prevents people from being taken advantage of and people from getting abused, right? A key way that children figure out that they are being abused is that they are educated on what abuse is, right? So when a child is getting has an inappropriate relationship with like a family member, which is most likely what it will be, they often don't recognize that this is inappropriate behavior because they have no idea what that is. And then I guess I think I've covered all my points. I'm surprised. Okay, yeah, whoever wants to go next. So
Okay.
Can I just, I'm gonna head off for a bit, Mr. Prime.
Sorry, what would you say that?
I'm gonna head off for a bit, so I just wanted to say, yeah, I'm heading out.
Oh, thanks so much. Thank you for being here, Doobie.
Bye, Doobie.
And I've made that take before. I've made that take already. Stardust about raising the age of consent. I've already made that point.
oh, really?
Oh yeah, definitely. We've had a big argument here.
That's so funny.
About that. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, we've already done that.
Okay.
Let's go to Clarice, and I'm reminding you all, this is open walk on panel. Exclamation point open. If you want to jump on, those are instructions to join us. Okay, let's go to Clarice.
Yeah. So as far as the studies that were posted, and this has kind of already been beaten to death, but it seems like they're mostly correlative studies. Again, I think this is mostly because at least our country, and I think many other countries, cultures in general, demonize just normalizing any kind of sexual gratification. I think generally speaking, you could actually even take this a step further, and basically as part of sex education actually have some kind of like a sanitized site that you could actually send people that are like adolescents to or something like that, and have them watch basically like a sanitized version of porn. Maybe even not even have it be actual people, maybe have it be like animated people or something like that, so that they could watch something that is healthier and basically would potentially provide some kind of relationship context around the activity that's happening, rather than just making it something that's strictly about sexual gratification. That it's something that is an outcome of a relationship. And then basically, I think a large part of I really need to stress this. I think a large part of why people develop these types of addictions and these types of negative things that come from watching pornography are mostly because of the sexually repressive nature of our American society. And I think if you didn't make it as much of a taboo, I think if you didn't, make it such like a horrible thing to do, I think that would take a lot of the mystery out of it. So I think if you dissolve and knock down that mystery, I think a lot of people basically end up will grow up with basically healthy sexual habits, and understanding exactly what is happening when they look at these things. So I think that's a good way to go about it. And when you look at things like, say, for example, like drug addiction and whatnot, when you increase or when you make available and basically legalize drugs in these various countries, a lot of times drug use goes down. Why? Because you've taken the taboo away. Basically, you've ended up removing the mystery and basically reducing a lot of the negative side effects that come from doing those things. So it basically kind of becomes like a safer activity for people to engage in. And at the same time, a lot of people are able to come in and out of those cycles potentially of addiction and are able to not necessarily have such a negative impact from society. So anyway, I've talked a lot, but that's the majority of what I wanted to say.
So I'll let Drew and Spoon respond to that.
Yeah, so what I want to say is that number one, there was a couple studies that included experimental designs, meaning we can make causal claims about things. Specifically for adults, I know that there were a couple. I'm not as familiar with the literature for children. What I would say additionally is that I'm happy to accept the criticism that correlation does not equal causation. I would say that something to keep in mind is that when we build a body of evidence, what we're looking at is, okay, so this seems to be strongly associated with this thing. We try to decide whether or not we make a risk assessment based on that data. We don't completely discount correlational data. And I think I get very frustrated. I'm not saying that anyone in here in particular is doing it, but this correlation does not equal causation thing turns into effectively claim made, I don't like, correlation does not equal causation, discount anything that is correlational. But when the topic's about something that I do like, correlation is just fine. I'm not saying anyone here in particular is doing that. As long as you're consistent with your standards surrounding correlational data, if you don't believe any correlational data, just be consistent with it. Or if you take correlational data at what it's worth, which is what I do, I look forward to seeing people be consistent across time with these standards. So when we get into arguments in the future, if someone cites a correlational study and someone that does not object to it and they objected to my correlational data tonight, I will be down their throat immediately. I promise.
So I think that's a fair rebuttal. Drew, I think that's actually a really fair rebuttal. I think that's exactly how I think I've done exactly what you're talking about. So I'll call myself out, Drew. I haven't done it here. I haven't done it tonight. But like I think
we've all done it, Prime. Okay. We've all done it.
Fair enough. I think it's a really fair rebuttal. Go ahead, Spoon.
Yeah, so now I want to get more into my like prescriptions of how to solve this, right? Because everybody all night has been assuming that like my position is just ban porn, right? I don't like porn, so ban that motherfucker. That's not actually my position, right? There's been a lot of people in chat saying that as well, but that's not actually what I prescribe. So we get into this realm of kind of acceptable harm, right? So much like my example with like 7-year-olds watching porn and why everybody obviously is just intrinsically against that. It seems just wrong intuitively. Much like alcohol, right? We know we shouldn't let 7-year-olds drink alcohol. We know that like a small amount of alcohol it's not going to do anything to them. It's not going to stunt their development. It's not going to do anything bad, but we don't give it to them, right? Because intuitively it seems bad, right? We see like some sort of correlation there. It seems wrong. There's an intuition there. You can say there's like a problem with society or whatever, but like there are many things we do with this with, not just porn. So we get into this area of acceptable harm, much like alcohol, right? Alcohol isn't really any like benefit to society. We cause a lot of health issues. I guess it tastes nice. I'm not like anti-drinking or anything like that, right? But like there's an argument to be made there in a similar way of porn. But we can't just ban anything that we like think is harmful, right? You end up with a very dull, boring society if that's the case. So my prescription is we need to very much reassess our relationship with porn. So one thing that definitely needs to be done is sex education needs to be vastly improved. Okay, I'm not really too much interested in like the industry of porn, to be completely honest, because it's never going to change. There's a market there and people buy it. Okay, that's never going to change. All right, as long as we're in capitalism, at least. And like I said, markets aren't exclusive to capitalism, so it's always going to be there. Okay, there's no change in that. So what we need to do is simply make it so that people don't want to buy that product. People don't want to consume that product. The relationship with pornography needs to change. And we do this via sex education. We do this via educating people. We do this via pointing out the kind of wrongs that porn propagates, right? And you can say there's like good porn, right? But this is like a tiny minority. And even for this to exist and be ethical, like you need to abolish like beauty standards. You need to abolish like capitalism. You need to abolish like so many fucking things before that good porn becomes like a mainstream. Okay, it's just not going to happen. Like Pornhub needs to go under before that happens. Okay, it's just so fucking far away. So firstly, sex education needs to go like way up. Secondly, we need to be very careful about who is seeing pornography and the effects it has on them, because a lot of fucking like little kids will end up watching this. Like I think the exposure to pornography at the moment is like 10. Right, and this does affect kids negatively. It does affect their development. There's plenty of data to support that conclusion as well. Again, I'm not going to pull it out of my ass right now. I didn't prepare for this, but you know, it's out there. Okay, and we need to be much more careful about this. And you can say it's the parents' responsibility. Kids tend to be more tech savvy than their parents nowadays, and that's only going to get worse and worse. And at some point there does have to be sort of a legislation on this, like cracking down on Pornhub, like for example, or like porn producing companies, porn websites is probably only a good thing, right? We know these porn sites aren't exactly the most ethical fucking places. We know these porn sites only like propagate like exposing children to this young, which does cause harm to them. Cracking down on these sites, making it so like I don't know, you have to enter like a card to access their website, right? It doesn't charge you or anything like that. They have to have like all the security measures to access it. That would make sense, right? Maybe they'll steal their parents' cup, and then your parents can see the zero charge in their bank account, right? And they can do something about it. There are plenty of ways that we can go about this.
So,
Did anybody want to go, or
so Clarice, Clarice had his hand up previously, so I want
okay.
Yeah, so we'll go to Clarice, and then Strawberry, and then Stardust. This conversation seems to be winding down. I do have another subject for us, so we can maybe wrap up and move on. Clarice?
Yeah, so I was also told my microphone was cutting out.
It was having. I was going to say, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Try it again.
Does it sound better now? Is this okay?
It sounds better. It sounds better. Go ahead. Give it a try.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I guess really yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound better actually. Now it doesn't sound better.
Okay.
But we can understand you. We can hear you. Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I kind of lost my thread a little bit. So as far as Drew goes, yeah, I don't want to necessarily, like I said, I don't want to beat a dead horse with the correlation causation thing. I think I'll entertain the notion that there was one of the studies where you said that there was content that was specifically created that was to be studied. I think that's good. I think that's probably something that should be entertained further and probably studied further. But I think it's one of those things where it's a very difficult thing to study because of the ethical implications, right? You don't, I totally take your point that you don't want to expose children to porn at a very tender age. I totally agree with that. Absolutely. I think there is a certain age though where you can allow people a certain level of agency and say, okay, well, you're 15 or 16. Here's something that that will help you kind of navigate these social spaces and basically help you not feel so awkward the first time that you try to engage in sex. I think that's a huge thing. I think that's something that would be a giant leap ahead of the archaic bullshit that I was shown when I was in high school, which is mostly about how sex just gives you STDs and basically makes babies and ruins your lives. And I think there's a giant need for that. And again, I think there's a giant taboo in the Western world, at least in America, around sexuality and and basically just making I would say this entire market of exploitative porn and horrible porn is generated by the sexually repressive nature of our country and basically of our culture. So I think if say for example, if you were to increase the education, if you were to increase the access to positive porn, and porn that doesn't porn that is maybe could be healthy in some way and doesn't perpetuate negative stereotypes, you could very well dissolve and basically remove a lot of the desire for that type of content. So that's a major thing that I want to point out.
Okay. Let's go to sorry. Strawberry and then Stardust.
Yeah, I find it ironic with the conversation we had the other day about 15-year-olds being able to make decisions, but now we want to have to guard their decisions and not give them the agency to decide if they want to watch porn or not, but we want to hold them accountable for crimes that they committed at the age of 15. But other than that, I would say that I think the U.S. is actually over-sexualized for what I see in our media, in our day-to-day lives, Instagram, wherever. I think there's too much sex, and there's not people talking about it, but there's people showing it, and it's in all of our movies, it's in all of our TV, it's all in our media. So as a result, of course, this leads to pornography. Like that's the end all. Like you see these teasers all day long, so of course you're going to end up wanting to see the actual sex. So I think that actual reducing the sexualization in our country is a better avenue than increasing it and trying to be more open, which would I think would just make the problem even worse.
Okay. Let's go to Stardust.
Yeah. So I do want to make a comment on the whole thing about the person who made it, who did crimes at 15. I think that that person continued to do crimes and engage in crimes up until the age of 21. They had seen plenty of people dying and suffering, so I don't think that's a really good equivalent. And then secondly, piggybacking off of what Clearest was saying about repressive societies being resulting in more exploitation. I think that's very true. If you look internationally at porn, societies where the things are more repressive, people do get exploited more. And it tends to be a thing of, I mean, everything is patriarchal. I hate to like say that, but when it is, when things are so patriarchal, regardless of whether society is repressive or over-sexualized, there are going to be people who are exploited because they are in a lower position, no matter what it is, right? So whether I think the U.S. Maybe what you say about us, what Strawberry was saying, maybe what you say about us objectifying people is true, but I think we can simultaneously objectify people while still repressing anything sexual.
Drew, I'll give you the last word on this, and we can move on to something else.
Yeah, that's cool. I think that overall, like, I think what was said about the U.S. having like a really sexualized culture, but then like we don't talk about it, is like one of the most possible toxic combinations of this that we could possibly have, because everyone sees something that they want, but no one is comfortable speaking about dynamics around consent or dynamics around like sex public. I just it's so weird to me that we flash it in front of our faces all the time, so we want it all the time, but we don't know anything about it and we don't talk about it. But I guess overall, to try to put a button and a clean close on the conversation, I think really what I like try to do is get people to take an honest look at some of the possible downsides to consumption of pornography, so we can accurately assess what we want its role to be in our society. I feel like people get pretty defensive about this topic because they get worried about people banning porn or targeting sex workers and all these things. It's like really emotionally loaded. And I just want to say that I think a lot of the people on the critiquing porn side, at least the ones that are acting in good faith, are just trying to simply engage with some of the possible downsides. And I know that me and Layman and some other people I know aren't just here to shit on porn for shitting on porn's sake, or we're not here to shit on sex workers, and we're not here to just try to limit people's freedom because sex bad. So yeah, I like it when people are able to honestly engage with it, because what I want is positive sexual experiences. I don't want people to get really fucked up sexist views as children and hurt each other and all this stuff. So I appreciate the conversation for all of y'all. I'll probably dip out after this conversation ends, but I appreciate y'all going through the back and forth of argumentation and the defensiveness that maybe was employed a little bit about the topic, because it's a hard conversation to have.
Thanks so much, Drew. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate you.
Bye,
You're
everybody.
such a nice guy, Drew. I hate to see anybody.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
No, he's
Trust
great.
me, people can't beat me down. They can try, but they can't. All right. Night.
All right. So thank you, Mixer Wolf, for being back. Oh, hey, buddy. Always miss you.
Hey, what's going on, Prime?
Hey. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to have you around. So what I wanted to talk about was the mayor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, right, Andrew? Yeah, Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo is in a bit of hot water. Cuomo has been accused by, last count that I've heard was six women of inappropriate behavior. But Andrew Cuomo is not stepping down. So what should be done? So he's getting a lot of pressure. I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe both the senators of his state have said he has to go. I believe the mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio, have said he has to go. Who else?
AOC. As well. AOC.
Yeah.
AOC, yeah.
A lot of people have been telling him that it's time to go. But should he have to? So I've had other people argue with me on this point. On what we should do with people who have been accused of this behavior, right? And whether it's disqualifying. So do you think this is disqualifying? Should we be tossing Andrew Cuomo out now that he has now that all this is coming out? He had a public address, and he addressed at least two of the three claims, because this was earlier on, and then since that public address, more claims have been coming out. So this has been an endless and I feel like there's no reason to believe that this is the end, right? Just six people. I think if he stays longer, there'll be more. So one thing I've heard from individuals is that this has nothing to do with his job, right? That he could still be a good executive, right, of New York, and so this doesn't actually disqualify him. So like, if he's done a good job there, then he should stay. There's evidence that he hasn't been doing a good job, but yes, that's one thing. Other is that, well, of course, these claims haven't been adjudicated, so there's that, right? These are just claims, and that's very important. Nothing has been proven, just claims that are being made. So there's that. But on the other side of it, with all this coming out, can he actually do his job? Like all that's being talked about now is this, like, can he actually do the business of the people of New York? So what do you think? Should he stay or should he go?
I think that, 6 claims is a lot. So, that would be leaning towards, give people the perception that, it must be true or he must be doing something wrong. And I don't necessarily disagree with that perception. I think a lot of people get that perception, but we live in the United States and we're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. So I think the right and appropriate action to defer to is a person's innocence until they're actually proven guilty. So I don't think anyone should lose their job, their position, or their scholarship, wherever, because of some allegation when it hasn't been proven yet.
Okay.
Sorry, allegation of what? How are you going to prove like mild sexual harassment in court? What crime is he going to be charged with?
I
The
mean,
innocent until proven guilty thing is for a fucking court case, dude. Not that like the court of public opinion or people's employers. Like,
yeah, but that's my whole problem. Your job shouldn't depend on the court of public opinion. It should be
what
dependent
if
on the
you're an
court.
elected official?
Well, wasn't there there's an impeachment probe that was authorized, right? So
I mean,
that's where the investigation would be, right? In that impeachment probe, there are like elected officials who are pressuring him to resign. If he doesn't resign, it's his choice. We could, the people of New York could try to recall him. There are mechanics that we have in our democracy that can deal with this. This impeachment probe is another one. Courts are another one. If they think that there's a legal ramification that could happen from these, I just again, I don't really know if there's much to say about this. His choice to not resign is like seemingly a bad one. A lot of people disagree with it. He's getting a lot of public pressure from other elected officials to resign. He's not doing it. His argument is that he wants to prove that he didn't do what they say. So this impeachment probe might do that. And then again, if the people of New York think that this is a disqualifier for his position, they can recall him.
So yeah, that's ultimately what probably should happen. Yeah, but I think one thing that's really important not to get lost in all of this is that if Cuomo gets kicked out essentially on these allegations of sexual harassment, that means that like all the fucking seniors dying in those old folks' homes, the blame will just be laid squarely at his feet, right? Because he's gone. I think there also needs to be a probe into that sort of stuff, and I don't want like Cuomo being deposed in this fashion to be a cover for other people who may have had a hand in the deaths of so many seniors in New York.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem I have with this, and I don't want to die on this hill, but this cancel culture, this public outcry or this public outrage gets to determine people's jobs. Now, in this case, you may have a better argument because it's a public official, but it's still his job. Like, that's his employment. That's his job. So until it's proven, whether through the impeachment inquiry, through a court, until there's proof, you shouldn't be able to just take someone away because someone said something happened without any proof.
So
I mean,
go ahead, please.
Well, I just think that that's an unreasonable standard for something like workplace sexual harassment, where it's like something that's really fucking difficult to prove. You have to assess whether or not you think these women's claims are plausible, reasonable, and the more that come out that are also sort of credible claims, the more likely it is that then they're not lying. So, but if you want to do it in court or in an impeachment or whatever, and prove beyond reasonable doubt that Cuomo committed these actions, I don't think that that's ever going to be possible. And the result of that is you basically saying that every single person who commits sexual harassment in their workplace is basically just going to get off with it. Like they're not going to face any consequences.
I disagree with that. I think the exact opposite is that then all anyone has to do, if my boss, if I'm a woman and my boss is a dickhead and I want to see him fired, oh, he sexually harassed me. Don't need to prove it. Don't have to go to court. I made the allegation, so he has to lose his job.
I mean, I spoke about the credibility of the accusations. I spoke about the number of the accusations, right? I think there are definitely cases where you can be like, there is no way to prove it one way or another. This person clearly fucking hates their boss for other reasons, blah, blah, blah. And it's a messy, awful situation, but you can't make a determination. And then I think there's situations like this where you have multiple people, from different areas making the same claims, and all of them are at least credible, right? They could have happened. So,
but you said there are some situations where you can't prove it one way or the other, which would kind of defeat the first point that you made.
Was the first point that I made that we should just fire everybody instantly as soon as there's one accusation of sexual harassment? Was that the point that I made?
Well,
I don't think it was.
The process in which to fire him is the recall vote, right, or impeachment. So these are the process of which you're asking for is underway. It's just not immediate, unfortunately. So we just have to wait. Like, unfortunately, it sucks, but that's kind of how like elected offices happen, right? Like, unless he resigns, and maybe I'm missing something that I don't know of a way.
Yeah,
that
you're
he
speaking to
could-
the pragmatics of the situation. Like the reality of the situation is he's refused to step down, so like you'll need to like recall him, basically, if that's what you want to do, and that's fine.
Also, want to like, I don't know, have the police come in and just pull him out of office and like arrest him in some way, but I don't even know like what that would do or if like any precedent for that. So
I think he'd have to be charged with a crime and probably quite a serious crime for that to happen.
I believe they are looking at criminal charges. I think there was one of the cases, one of the allegations was actually turned over to New York police, so there may be criminal charges coming. But I think
there's a reporter who came out today who said that he physically groped her, right? And then there was like one of his secretaries, I think it was one of his secretaries, said that he like got her into a hotel room and pulled her in or what have you. So I get there are things I guess that are like slightly more serious than some of the other accusations that could potentially be brought. Criminal charges could potentially be brought on.
Yeah, and I think it's either one of two things. I think he either is just too stubborn to resign, and I think that's a mistake because I honestly think he's a bad dude overall, and the allegations are probably true. Again, we don't know for sure, but most likely based on the evidence we have and the amount and all that stuff, or he is just so conceited that he can get that he thinks he can get away with it. So I think it's one of those two things. But I do think that we have the mechanisms in government, unfortunately, especially for cases like this where it can get down to a he said, she said, unless there's direct evidence. I think we have to kind of rely on specific mechanisms that are in place just to kind of help, help continue the process, but also kind of lost my train of thought there. But yeah, I think he's a bad dude, and I think we need to recall him. But unfortunately, we can't just pull him out right away.
So so there's the idea of the number of claims, right? So I'm not sure if it's 6 or 7. As far as I remember, it was 6. So if anyone has information,
I think it's more than that now.
Is it more
today?
Oh my god!
I'm just gonna.
For
I'll
fuck's
go
sake.
check.
And that's usually how these things go. Once the dominoes start falling, they become just everybody kind of comes out and they finally feel like they're confident enough to actually come out with these claims.
Yeah, Vivian, if you know, I would love to find out exactly how much. It's like, holy
Well,
crap!
there's 7 listed on the Wikipedia at the moment. Lindsay Boylan, Charlotte Bennett, Anna Rich, Anna Liss, Karen Hinton, an anonymous complainant, and Jessica Bateman.
Oh, all right. Well, 7. Oh, wow, great. But let's talk about that. So, Strawberry, Bob, I guess fair point. You gotta prove these things, right? But does it make a difference when there is that many claims? So, let's remember our good old friend Bill Cosby, right? America's dad. Bill Cosby, I want to say over 24 women accused him of not just inappropriate touching, but like straight up sexual assault. This guy, bad guy, right? But and he did go to court. So he did go to court, and for at least one of the claims, I believe, was found guilty. I believe I'm remembering this correctly. But if I get any detail this wrong, please let me know. But let's go back to before that that court case, right? Before the verdict, right? When there was just a number of women coming out, right? Just a whole line of women coming out talking about their experiences with Bill Cosby as a sexual predator. Nothing had actually been proven at that point, right? Nothing had been proven. Just a long list of women saying these things, right? Should it matter that let's say 12 women come out and say that a person is a sexual predator? Should the number of cases add up to equal more likely to be guilty?
Well, it's part of the equation, isn't it? I mean, obviously you're talking about an elected official, so potentially, and I'm not saying that this is the case in this case, but potentially there could be some kind of organized campaign to defame a person, right? Like that's a thing that you'd have to consider as a possibility. But if there's no evidence of that being the case, if people are from, a bunch of different ideological bents or whatever, and it seems very unlikely that they're collaborating, then then the number of people making the complaint is of much more import.
So, but
these things aren't in a vacuum.
Okay, and I saw your hand clear, so I want to go to you next. But like, yes, I think what you're saying is correct. But like, what action should be taken without actually being proven, right? So again, this is before any court case, right? Should Bill Cosby lose his job over this, right? If there's a number of accusations, there was a number of accusations against Trump, like before he was elected. There was a number of women who came out. It was a lot. I don't remember the actual number, so I don't want to state it, but it was quite a few women who talked about being.
Yeah, he raped a 13-year-old girl on Epstein's Island. Nobody talks about that one anymore.
I have not heard of that one.
Yeah, she took it to court. There's an affidavit and everything.
Oh wow, really? This is news to me. I don't know how I missed that one. Oh wow. Okay. Well,
you should post that in the chat.
Yeah, we would love to see that.
Yeah, everyone would love to see.
Yeah,
I've got to find that.
But if these are just accusations, right? And a number of these accusations, should it make a difference, Clarice? And sure, should action be taken against anyone just because there's a whole bunch of accusations? What do you think, Clarice?
I think it depends on certainly the number of accusations. I think if suddenly, or not even suddenly, I think if there's 30 accusations against somebody, I think it's pretty hard to argue whether or not that's persistent behavior. I think that 30 people saying that you did something, there's probably a good indication that you did it. And then you can move the conversation on to things like, well, what's the severity of the behavior? Like one of the claims that I saw against Cuomo was that he put his hand on somebody's back, and that was considered inappropriate touching. I think that's probably not that big of a deal. But then there was something else about he was kissing people on the forehead, kissing coworkers. I mean, I think that's one of these things that's like, I don't know how you can possibly think that that's okay, but like putting your hand on somebody's back, if you're at like an award show and you're like a celebrity and you put your hand on people's back as you take a picture with them, and 30 of those celebrities say, yeah, he put his hand on my back, that doesn't mean anything. But I think that's, again, this gives more and more reason to think that, yeah, he probably did it. But then you can start having other questions, or you can start having other conversations about what's the severity, and is it likely to recur. So that's, I guess, where I'm at on that.
On the hand on back thing, well, from what my understanding, and I'm not talking about this specific claim against Cuomo, right? I don't know the specifics of that. But just from what I've heard is the problem is that, like, putting your hand on someone's lower back, I guess, feels more intimate. And that's like considered to be a problem. And I would just say, like, if it was a rule of thumb, if I was a celebrity, I'm not a celebrity, but if I was a celebrity, people were taking pictures of me, I would always just, like, I wouldn't put my hand on the lower back of like a dude, I guess, like, right? I just would, like, I don't know, it feels like a weird thing. I would put my hand around their shoulder.
You pull a Keanu Reeves and just have it just like off to the side, not touching them.
Oh,
you see those pictures of Keanu Reeves where he doesn't touch people?
What,
he just his hand.
He just like
he
hovers,
out. He hovers his hands like around their waist, but like not even touching them at all.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. He just because like it's
Yeah.
So for the
sorry.
For the Trump thing, sorry, I just posted an article in chat. I could search for a second longer and find the but it was a lawsuit that was brought in 2016, and this article that I posted in chat is about how a new like the person bringing the lawsuit has a witness as well who claimed that they saw Trump and Epstein interfering with this girl when she was 13.
Oh, all right. Well, wonderful. Great. Trump rises in my eyes, of course. Wow, amazing. What a wonderful human being.
I mean, it wouldn't be surprising, would it?
No,
he was
not.
friends with Epstein, so.
No, not at all. And I was wondering, like, I was surprised that I hadn't heard anything about that. So I don't know, but of course I can't adjudicate that. But sounds terrible. But yeah. What do the rest of you guys think in terms of that? Does the number matter? Is that more damning? And especially if there hasn't been like a case that's been proven at all, right?
I was gonna say, I think that the having more cases of it being accused definitely puts a more heightened spotlight on the situation. So, like, obviously, if one person accuses somebody of something, it can be kind of just like looked into and maybe swept under the rug, especially with a person of that much power in a state like New York, who's one of the biggest states in the country. So I think that now that we have the 7 people or whatever that have accused him of these actions, I think that it definitely puts a much greater focus and a much greater emphasis on, like, we need to figure out what's going on. We need to figure out if these things are true. And again, I don't think this is necessarily fair, because I think that even if one person was assaulted, I think that that's a huge deal. So, but I do think that that does help the case against him. But again, everything is, I do believe in innocent until proven guilty, which is why, like, I believe it was Sam the Human had said in previously, was that we do have these mechanisms in government, especially for public officials. I think that's kind of also, we have to consider that they should be held to a higher standard than just general people in business or whatever. But that's my basic take on it.
I was gonna tell Claris if he wants to maybe like leave the room and come back if he's worried about his mic. I think that's what he's messing around with. But he's deaf now, so he can't hear me. All right, well, hopefully he unmutes. Stardust, what are your thoughts? Oh, Claris, hold on, before you say it. Claris, now if you're trying to fix your mic, maybe try like just disconnecting and reconnecting. I can pull you back in if you're trying to fix your mic.
I restarted my amp. I don't know if that sounds any better.
Much
better. It does sound better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, there we go. Nice. All right. And I didn't get the chance to say hi to you, Sam. I didn't say that before, but hi. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. All right, go ahead, Stardust.
So this is like a hard one. I don't know all the details that are coming out about it. So I know one of them Clear said was like back touching, the other was like actually kissing people. Regardless, there's like a pretty problematic power dynamic happening if he's doing this to his employees, and it's not a good environment to have to work under if you're somebody who has to deal with that, and who feels obligated to deal with that. And it's probably best if, I don't know, I'm a believer of like, especially with a public figure, like saying something about like harassment is a humiliating experience like on its own. But like saying it in a public sphere is even more so, because you have not just like the normal amount of people like telling you that it wasn't that big of a deal. You've got an elevated amount. So I think it probably would be good if they found a way to get him out of office, because I don't like the idea of other people being there and feeling obligated to continue to work there if they feel uncomfortable with their boss, I guess. So yeah, but I don't know enough details to make a full judgment.
I like what Mix Vivian Wolf was saying previously. I think it's an interesting point, because I alluded to the fact that, like, okay, well, this technically may not have something directly to do his job, and some people are saying, well, of course, you only get rid of him, he's been a bad executive. Well, there's a whole nursing home debacle where people have died on his watch because of his decisions. And what Vivian Wolf is saying, that, you know, well, it's kind of weird that you'd get rid of him for this. Like, not that this isn't serious, I'm sure she wasn't implying that, but that, like, literal people dying because of bad decision making on his part. And and if you read into the whole nursing home like debacle. Like part of it is just like he's just ignoring like scientific data. Like he was very much Trump-like in his behavior, even though people were calling him the anti-Trump. But in his role as executive, he was just like, I know best. Like I know better than the scientists. And so no, this is gonna be fine. Let's put these old people who have COVID-19. Let's send them back to nursing homes. And then there were many deaths. So it's weird that this would be the thing that we get rid of them for, right? Like people get up in arms here, but like I wonder, is that maybe related to everything else we've seen, especially in the Trump era, right? Where people who make bad decisions, who do a bad job within the office, within politics, right? Within high office, are like not punished for doing that, right? It's only the salacious things that people even think to punish them for. Like, what do y'all think?
So I just want to say I didn't say I thought it was weird that we
Okay.
would get rid of him
Sorry.
first. I think it actually makes a lot of sense because like the nursing homes shit can be sort of played down as at least administrative mistakes or what have you, right? We know it's further than that, it's worse than that, it's negligence or whatever, but it's very easy to sort of play that down, whereas like public accusations of sexual harassment make more of a fuss. I think he should be removed from office for either of these things, for both of these things.
Okay.
What I was saying is that I don't want this to be like, oh, we've removed Cuomo from office, therefore we don't need to look any further into the nursing home shit, because it's not just Cuomo involved in the nursing home death, right?
Okay.
So it would allow a lot of other people to get off the hook for the deaths that occurred in the nursing home by just sinking Cuomo over the sexual assault allegations.
So you're saying there's multiple failures that are taking place here, in terms of the nursing home scandal, and that like yes, if we get rid of Cuomo now, because of this, and not fully investigating that, then no one will actually know the truth, and the other people who are responsible be let off. Okay, I think it's a very good point
Yeah,
as well.
he needs to be held accountable. The other people who are responsible need to be held accountable for the nursing home deaths, and he needs to be held accountable for the sexual assault. Like all those things need to happen, and we can't let one like stop the others from happening or be used politically to give cover to other people who are responsible for the deaths of seniors.
Sam, I think you were going to say something previously.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back real quick about the number of cases. I think that that's an important thing to look at because, again, like harassment and sexual assault are things that people do in serial, right? It's not usually a one and done kind of deal. So the number of cases can add a legitimacy to like certain claims. I know that's kind of like a weird way to think about it. And like when we're talking about it statistically, you're just more likely going to find that when there's more allegations, that it's probably a little bit more, it adds more legitimacy to those claims. And then I agree that like we shouldn't just give up on looking into the nursing home probe and stuff like that, continuing to look into what the attorney general's looked at. And but again, and like Vivian said, the nursing home thing can be written off as like administrative stuff instead of negligence, and the process to deal with that is again recall or he loses the election. That's how you hold like elected officials
to have a
accountable.
proper investigation into how it occurred and make sure that all those people who are responsible are held accountable.
Like continuing the AG probe into would be
Can I go after Stardust?
Okay, please. Stardust.
Yep. So just looking into the nursing home thing, I think everything surrounding the pandemic is very complicated, right? From what I am reading here, it's saying a lot of hospitals were overflowing with cases, and they incorrectly believed that. Let me see. They incorrectly believed that people who were transferred to nursing homes following their hospital stay were done. It was done that way because they were no longer contagious because health experts believed infected individuals likely stopped being contagious 9 days after showing symptoms. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I think it's complicated. I'm sure that there is some blame to be put on him as well, but But I think it's a very hard situation because if you don't have beds in a hospital, I don't know where they were going to put them, you know?
Would they have put younger people there? I mean, and I'm not adjudicating exactly what happened here, but I'm just saying like the same could have been true for younger people. There are plenty of younger people, and the beds hospitals were already overflowing. Like you weren't going to send the younger people over to the nursing homes, right?
I mean, you construct field hospitals. They did
Yeah.
they did that over here. I'm pretty sure they did that in New York as well at one point.
They did it in China.
You
Plenty
know,
of
and
those.
then there's the logistical failure of the like delivery of equipment to New York, for example.
Yeah.
Trump withholding things like PPE
Yeah.
and ventilators. You know, like there's a lot of people implicated in the massive you know, the massive amount of deaths that the United States has had.
Yeah, there is.
That's
When we're dealing with this sexual harassment thing, my personal view, I think that there is a higher burden on men to protect women from sexual harassment. Just the number of cases and how often it occurs. I think that in this age of the gender equality and women saying that they're equal to men, in every aspect, it kind of pushes back on the narrative that the whole power dynamic, the whole, well, I'm weaker, I'm in this weaker position because this man is over me. If you don't acknowledge, if you're saying that you're equal, then why do you need the extra protection? Why can't you just speak up just like any other? Like if a man was in the same situation, you'll speak up. Now, I understand and I understand why you wouldn't speak up because of the dynamic between men and women. But if you're saying that we're equal, then you should be able to speak up just like anyone else.
You say you understand the dynamic, but then you're like, then why don't you?
Okay, because I think that for that dynamic to be present, you would have to acknowledge the differences between men and women. But
It's not about there being differences.
Equality
It's not about the differences. It's about if there's a dynamic in power still going on within society, that doesn't change the fact that people still want to be viewed equally. Wanting to be viewed equally, saying like I am as equal as a human being as this other person is. It just has nothing to do with how reality is, and if people are in a position of power, and they can still squeeze you.
Yeah, this is a really bizarre fucking understanding of equality that I hear from, like, usually really, really young right-wingers who haven't thought about it an awful lot. The idea that equality means that everybody is the same, everybody gets the same. It just has somebody with a commie badge turn up in the chat. Good example. People think that, this means that everybody gets paid the same. That's not the case at all, right? Equality or equity is about equality of opportunity and about treating people as individuals to a certain extent, rather than judging them based on these arbitrary characteristics such as like gender or skin color or whatever. That's what equality means.
And the power dynamic here was less so of think about. I mean, there is still the gender power dynamic to think about, but the power dynamic here was that he was in a seat of power over them, right? He was their boss. He was in. That's the power dynamic here. That plays more of an effect than the gender one. So that's the important power dynamic that we need to look at in this case, right? The gender power dynamic exists, and it's something that we could talk about. But in this case, it's like secondary to the power dynamic of him being in charge of these people.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, if it was a woman boss and she made a sexual advance to a male, then I don't think people would be sitting here.
Well, that's a
Let
problem.
me finish that one. Let me finish this point. Go ahead.
I don't think people would be as sympathetic and in the man claiming he was powerless or she held this extraordinary amount of power over him. He would just
Yeah, and that's disgusting. You're absolutely right. There's such a bias towards male victims of sexual assault in media and in popular culture. Like the whole whenever a schoolboy gets like assaulted by somebody, right? Assaulted by a female teacher, right? There's all those people go, "Oh man, I wish it was me. Like I'd have loved that back in school." Like,
Yeah.
and that shit's absolutely disgusting. Yeah, you're right.
So
I even remember a father of one of those children, right? A father of one of those children was saying like, "Oh, he got laid. Like, what's the big deal?"
So Sam,
you know, but his,
so Sam, I think
go ahead.
had already brought up, so and I'll let him back in, right? But like, he was just saying about like the, in that case, that person might actually have been powerless, right? So like the person you're talking about, the male, right, actually might have been powerless because he needs the job, right, and because maybe he has a wife, right, and he doesn't want to cheat on her, but this woman is pressuring him, and he can't walk away. Maybe he has kids or something that need the insurance because they're sick, right, and so no, he doesn't have a choice. He can't walk away. So yes, we can't actually imagine where a man is powerless to the advances of a woman. But
Yeah, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that.
No.
And-
But
and
he
if
is no. But he was. Strawberry was. So I'm talking to him. And hold on. I'll let Sam in, and then I'll go right to you, Strawberry.
So I think Strawberry has a problem with the public perception, right? Which is what Vivian brought up. In cases where we see in teachers with students, a lot of times when it's a female teacher and a male student, the male student is celebrated. A lot of times, or like again, this happens with babysitters as well. You know, these things are celebrated in our culture sometimes in a weird way. This is when people talk about the patriarchy, this is kind of part of it, right? The idea that men are supposed to be these like sexually driven creatures that are like, yes, you know, even no matter what, in this position we want sex and we should be demanding sex, and that sex should be okay. That's like part of it. And then like again, so it's the public perception that you have a problem with, and that is a problem, and that we can talk about it. But that doesn't mean that the underlying actual conditions of what's happening isn't the power dynamic of the boss and the employee, or that Prime was talking about.
Do you think, Strawberry, and I'll let you go now, but Strawberry, do you think there is? Do you think like the situation that for instance I drew, like going on your hypothetical, you think that's a possibility that a man can actually be powerless, or do you not think so? Go ahead.
No, I'm not ignoring the power of the boss employee aspect. What I'm saying is, in that situation, I see the man being more willing to speak out or to defend himself rather than saying that I was, the victim. And the reason I don't like the analogies that everyone uses is because when it came to giving an example for a man, you had to go to a teacher versus a child. So you had to give examples. Like all the examples y'all gave was.
I just used your hypothetical. So they used that, but like I just gave you a hypothetical using an adult man. And how could you know that that adult man would be more likely? Again, there are plenty of reasons why a person who is experiencing sexual harassment might not want to come forward, not because they're women and I don't know wherever you were taking that, but there are all kinds of reasons why a person might decide, hey, better not to rock the boat. Maybe this might be damaging to my career. Like my career is more important. Look, I'll just deal with this, right? I'll just deal with this and move on, right? Maybe I'm gonna move somewhere else within the company, so I'm just gonna put up with this. But if I rock the boat, then that's the end of that.
To be fair, I
And
agreed
with
with your situation, right? And me bringing up the like teacher-kid relationship or whatever was simply elaborating on your point as to how this is like a widespread problem in society with the inequality in regards to like how sexual assaults against men are viewed versus sexual assaults against women. What I do think is interesting though is whenever we talk about like sexual harassment or sexual assaults against women, right? There's always some fucking bloke in the corner who's like, oh, but what about men, right? And I think it's right that we have a place to fucking discuss like sexual harassment against men, but it also shouldn't detract from the issue of sexual harassment against women.
So we'll go to Stardust, but Mixed Vegan Wolf, I also like it when you use the word bloke. I just love when you use these colloquialisms. They're really cute. I love them. I love them all. No, they're
very British.
I love them all. Please don't ever stop. They're amazing. Go ahead, Stardust.
Yeah, I would say also I agree with what I'm sorry, what was her name again?
Mixed Vegan Wolf.
Vivian?
Vivian Welfare.
Oh yes, Vivian. Yeah. Uh-huh. I agree with what she's saying. I also would kind of say, like, if we just reverse the genders in this one case, right? And it's let's say it's like a female governor, right? And like 6 male employees like all come out and say that she is inappropriate with them. I would hope maybe it wouldn't be taken as seriously because we know like what the dynamics are as far as like how things are perceived, right? But I would hope that 6 people coming out and saying that would get a lot of attention. So
I think the thing that men don't get about this situation when they do try to both sides it is that there's a lot of other baggage that comes with it. For men who are sexually harassed and sexually assaulted, like this happens, it's a terrible experience and what have you. But for the vast majority of them, this isn't something that they have to deal with or live in fear of like every day of their life as well. So I think a lot more attention is paid to it just simply because of the general culture of, women being fucking scared to walk the streets at night because they might be assaulted or raped versus like men. And there have been surveys and studies done on this, right? In terms of like how people feel about their personal safety. Women are scared to walk the streets at night. And by and large, men don't really think about it all that much. Women take all these precautions, like putting their keys between their knuckles, making sure somebody knows where they are all the time, phoning their friend when they get home, making sure all their doors are locked, all their windows are closed, and so on. Like all these safety precautions that women take because they feel unsafe in society that men don't. And so I think that, women rightly get a little bit more attention on this issue because it's a broader, more culturally pervasive issue. It's not just the sexual assault and the sexual harassment, it's the culture of fear that exists for women in society in general that needs to be addressed. But again, that doesn't mean that men's sexual assault and sexual harassment shouldn't be addressed as well. We definitely have a problem with how we treat that, and there should be spaces to discuss it.
Okay, but see, I wasn't. I think you're maybe misunderstanding where the angle I'm coming from. But like you said, women have to deal with this fear. Women have to worry about walking down the street being raped. All these issues. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that to say that that's the state that women are in, you have to acknowledge that there is a more inherent danger for the woman suffering it from a man than a man suffering from a woman.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
These are societal, though. These aren't inherent to the classes, right? Well, I guess they are because they're societally constructed classes. But these
I think most of that danger comes from a man being physically stronger, being able to more physically. Like, I don't think that's a societal issue. That's what I'm saying. If you want,
we have to get the facts straight here, though, first, because it's actually a little bit of a misconception about women and men in regards to actual statistics of violence. Women are much more likely to be assaulted sexually, which is what we're discussing in this topic. But in all total violence, men are actually more likely to be a victim of violence than women overall. But again, yes, sexually, and which what we're talking about here is specifically the case. But I just want to make sure we're keeping the facts straight so we kind of all stay on the same page. Just so we know. So
well,
everybody...
I talked about people's reactions, right, and the way they feel about their personal safety. I wasn't talking about specific. Men are much more likely to be victims of homicide. But again, I have to note, I think it's really fucking interesting that whenever you have this conversation, it's like, oh, what about men? And like,
I'm not trying to do that. I'm just making sure that I'm all about trying to keep things as clear and fact focused as possible. So I just want to make sure we're staying on that.
I'm not saying what about men. That's what I like. I don't understand why you all keep making that I'm not saying what about men.
Well, why did you bring up the example of men then? Could you explain that for us? Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
No, I get what he's saying. I think he's trying to understand the disconnect between people saying we're equal and we deserve the same amount of rights and we deserve to be treated as equal human beings, and then women being more likely to be a victim of sexual violence and being more.
You're making racism a thing by talking about inequalities between races.
No, not necessarily. So what? So let me finish. So what I would say.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh
That
Okay, well,
sucks.
well, she was trying to explain what I'm saying. What I'm saying is why. Okay, I would agree that women do need to be protected more from violence against from men. I would agree with that because men are more like because of the sexual assaults. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, if women are saying treat us equal and we should be treated the same, then why would you need the additional protection from men?
Okay, because women
Okay,
are saying
okay.
they want to be treated equally, but we can recognize
Yeah.
that they are not. And therefore, we need to address that inequality, right?
If
Not
I
saying
can
we
just.
are equal,
So-
because
I'm gonna take a crack
Yeah.
at this. I'm gonna take a stab at this, right? Because all right, this is a weird argument, Strawberry. This is a super weird argument, right? So okay, if we say black people are equal, right? And like we acknowledge that, why do they need workplace protections for discrimination? I mean, they're equal, right? They're suffering an injustice, but like, shouldn't they be able to handle that or speak out always? And just, you know, if it's a problem within the workplace, why can't they speak out and handle it internally? Why do we need extra protections? They're equal. If it was a white man and he was being discriminated against, well, he would obviously say something. Like, this is what your argument sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Hold on.
Well,
We will get,
okay.
don't worry, we'll get back to you, I promise. But Strawberry, go ahead.
The difference in that analogy is that I would say between black and whites is that they are actually equal. What I'm saying is we're not acknowledging the differences that are there between men and women. If you were telling black and whites, I would say based on the color of your skin, you are equal. But I'm saying when it comes to physical violence or being sexually assaulted, I'm saying that men and women aren't. That's why I don't think that analogy works.
Go ahead, Stardust.
Okay, so when people talk about being equal, we're talking about we are equal human beings, right? Under the law, right? When it comes to societal issues such as rape and sexual assault, of course, there are going to be people who are going to be more likely to be victim to those things, right? The idea of equality, I don't think you're less equal because you're more likely to be exposed to sexual violence. I think you are still an equal human being who has their own issues to deal with, right?
yeah, I don't think anybody's really denying that, like, on average, men tend to be stronger than women as a generality, a very vague generality, before anybody starts trying to have a fucking transport debate.
Oh
with me.
boy! Oh, no, I'm not gonna let it happen, buddy. Don't worry, buddy. We can have streams
What
without
happened
talking
to
about.
DSU Gambit, by the way? What the fuck happened to that?
Oh, what I don't know what happened to that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what?
What? I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
I
Let's go.
challenged Gambit to a debate. You said you would arrange it. I said I'm fine any day, blah, blah, blah. And that was it.
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I do lots of these things. If you want to remind me, you can. I don't remember this at all. But
check your DM.
Okay.
Do you understand though, Strawberry? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, people can be, we can still say people are equal still while still acknowledging that certain people need more protection, right?
Yes.
It doesn't make them less equal.
I'm not saying it makes them less equal, but I'm saying it seems like you're saying that women are empowered enough to speak out. They're empowered enough to speak out just as if a man would. But if a man, I don't see that being the case, because I see if a man was sexually assaulted, he'd be more likely to speak out against that woman. He'd be more likely to handle it instead of just like, I don't see a case where there's 6 men coming from
I don't. I guess I don't understand because I thought originally what you were saying was if women need all this extra protection, if women are more likely to be subjected to these things, how can they be equal? Why are they saying they're equal? Why are they claiming that they're equal? And now it's changed from that. It's changed from that to, it's something about men in getting assaulted.
I
I'm
think
not
I
quite
think I've
understand.
got this. I think I
Okay,
got this
sorry.
now. Yeah. So the equality thing is saying that nobody should have to live in fear of being sexually assaulted, right? Everybody should have the equality of not being in fear of being sexually assaulted. It's not denying sort of material and social realities that mean that one particular demographic is perhaps more vulnerable to that than the other. In fact, it's accepting that and realizing that, you know, one demographic may need more help in not being afraid of being a victim of sexual violence, right? And that would be the level of equality that we would eventually reach, is when nobody's afraid of it. Everybody's equal in that respect.
Is that what he's saying? Let's go to our newest.
No, I mean that I'm
Oh.
answering his question basically.
Let's go to our newest panelist here, Tom Foley. Tom Foley, thank you for coming through. We always appreciate having Tom here. How you doing today, Tom?
Doing well. I heard you guys needed an incel to come on here.
Yeah.
Tell you guys how it is.
And we have a resident incel ready to go. Thank you. As always, we really appreciate you stopping by. Tom, do you? I'm not sure how much of this you've caught. So we're talking basically about. It's kind of shifted a bit in my opinion. But we were talking about Andrew Cuomo. That's how we started this conversation. And talking about the allegations against him in terms of sexual assault. I'm sure you've heard of this, right? And our good friend Strawberry here. And I don't want to straw man you. So if I am, Strawberry, please, I'm going to let you jump in and explain yourself. He said something along the lines of, well, if we acknowledge that men and women are equal, then why is it that women are less likely to speak up within a workplace environment? If maybe that's because of some inherent difference between the two. Is that a fair assessment of what you're saying? Strawberry?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so we were pushing back on exactly what this difference is, what that means. We're pushing back on all of that.
Can I clarify a little before Tom answers?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, I guess to simplify it, just in general, you know, men are more confrontational, women are more likely to be submissive. So, when put in that situation, then the woman is more likely to not fight back, or more likely to not go along with it. But that's only true if you acknowledge that there's differences between us. What I'm saying is, if you don't want to acknowledge those differences and saying that we're both equal, then I don't see how.
So nobody's not acknowledging those differences.
Yeah.
Everybody acknowledges those. Well, I mean, I could quibble with you on the specifics, but everybody acknowledges that there are differences. I think an old Marx quote might help here, actually. You ever heard somebody say, from each according to their ability to each according to their need? This is the idea of equity under, like, you know, as according to Marx. And it basically means that we recognize that there are differences between people, and that we ought to be able to provide people with what they specifically, individually need based on their own situation, right?
And
Can I actually put the button here really quickly? I've heard.
I want to. Hold on, don't worry. Because first of all, I want to hear it finish what Vivian has to say. Then I want to jump in, and then I'll go to Kobe and Stardust. All right.
I got to respond.
Okay, Vivian, finish your point, and then I'm just gonna go by that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'd pretty much put it like, it's some people, we recognize people are different, and some people might need more help than others in order to attain the same level of, you know, freedom, equity, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah, so it seems like you're mixing two things together, right? Like people's place within society, right, and the pressures that are put upon them, and then mixing that with this idea of equality, right? And so because these people have these or some society place difference, some societal created differences, and some physical created differences, that they aren't quote unquote equal, right? I think the word equal is doing a lot of work here, and that we're all of us have a different idea of what equality means. And you have a different idea from maybe most of the other people here on the panel. I think that's where the friction is coming from. So the fact that, for me, right, and I'll speak for me, so other people can speak for themselves and decide what this means, right? The fact that women in our society maybe have a physical maybe at a physical disadvantage, may have been trained, right, that they shouldn't maybe speak up in certain situations, that it's best to be quiet, to be more passive, right? All of that doesn't take away the fact that they're equal, right? Just equal in general. That those are differences, but those don't mean that they're less of a human being. I don't think that's what you were trying to imply, but that's what it sounds like to me. Do you understand where I'm coming from at all, Strawberry?
Yeah, I understand where you come from. I wouldn't say less as a human being. I would say that they are. I would say that they do need extra protection because they are less equipped to handle those situations or to fight back against
So we all agree then.
Oh wow!
Like,
what was that sound?
We agree. Yeah, I'm weak as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we have separation in sports for different genders.
Oh boy! Okay, all right. No. All right, Kobe, you're gonna say something. Save us, please. Save us from that.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so the reason I have here is because I've actually seen this piece of confusion like a whole lot. I think as Vivian pointed out quite well, I think a lot of people have different, and as you pointed out, Prime, people have different like understandings of what equality means. I think many people operate under what I call, I don't mean this as a dismissive way, but I call it like crude equality. We should just treat everybody equal, irregardless of anything. The person with a wheelchair and the black person and the white person, everybody's the same. But as Vivian points out, that's simply not the way that we really actually can work. There are different people, just different experiences, et cetera, et cetera. And I think what Mushroom Strawberry rather is noticing is something that I notice a lot, which is that many times people who are not very versed in like feminist theory and literature find that there's a disconnect between the rhetoric of equality, men and women are equal, with this other rhetoric of what Vivian is talking about of, well, we need to have specific types of rules that women, we need to make sure not to talk over women in the workplace, et cetera, right? And so there's like a disconnect here, right? If we're purely equal, if men and women are purely equal, then why is it that we have to have these specific conversations? But I think that just to Strawberry, what the argument that I would make here is that, as has been said before, our goal not so much is not just this crude equality of simply just actively treating everybody the same. It's trying to actually make it so everybody is treated the same, that everybody feels some level of same comfort in these spaces, right? Yeah, I think that's all I had in my notes here. I think it's actually not very helpful to look at feminism as a pure equality movement, but more of as Vivian said, more of a movement that reanalyzes women's role in society.
Did you need notes or a whole chat saying Kobe based as fuck to just repeat things that I said? What the fuck?
Hey man, I said the same things. I said the same things too, but it is the.
I mean, at the beginning, I said it.
Kobe, I think you said it best so far.
Oh, sure.
Well, no, I mean, I do think that
I mean, the women need our help to explain these sorts of things.
Very true.
All right. What I was going to say also is women are less likely to speak up. That whole argument that you can look at something called like how gender roles are socialized basically from a young age. And, so, yeah.
I will fucking wipe that smirk off your face, Tom. Fucking make me come over there.
No, I actually do think that something I've noticed a lot, especially when talking about like feminist discourse, is a lot of times people who are not very, like I said, not very versed in feminist theory, and especially a lot of times men who just are not interested in these things, you do need to have a perspective of a man's perspective to be able to contextualize many of these things, right? That is just true. There are many situations where a woman will say something, and then a man will say the same thing, like just happened, and the person that's the man that's listening will be able to be more susceptible to the man. That is just kind of, as Stardust was saying, that's part of socialization, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like equity instead of just equality. Like if we can acknowledge where there are inequalities, then we will all be more equal in the end, right?
Sorry, could you explain? Sorry, say that again. I apologize.
It's more equity than just equality, right? Like like they were saying, like there are areas where we want to like protect women within society, we want to help them within society, especially like in like a strength factor or things like that. Like,
can you explain the difference between equity and equality? I really don't know. I'm going to be. I
yeah.
don't know.
So equity would mean like the way I understand it is that equality is more like an equality, or like saying that we all have the same opportunities. And equity is saying that we help each other to get to the same place instead of just saying we have the same opportunities.
I think
overall.
we'll
flip it. Right.
It's the quote that Vivian said.
Yeah.
Say
that. the quote that
According
Vivian
to me.
remarked is the exact definition of equity, and then equality would just be like handing out everything equally in pieces, right?
A good real world example would be Justin Trudeau had 50 women or 50% women on his cabinet. That's different than just saying that women have an equal opportunity to be on the cabinet and then just interviewing 1,000 people, right? He specifically chose to get 50 women to be on the cabinet. And regardless of if you disagree with that choice, that would be an example of trying to do this in real life.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
There's a, let me see if I can find that. It's like an image that I see in like every econ class in like my high school, where it's like the kids at the baseball game.
I actually think that image is like a little too simplistic, but
True,
it's a good
but
visual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank
Wait.
you. What?
Can I ask you a minor question? Oh, sorry. Are we gonna do like a plug or something? Sorry.
No. Please, go ahead.
Was there any disagreement about whether or not Andrew Cuomo should step down? Like on the panel? I was interested about that.
Yes.
Okay. So my argument would be that, and we should like. So I've heard a lot of people being like doing the whole like, well, it's innocent to proven guilty, and I do think he should have an investigation. But here's my argument: why should we have the governor of where roughly one third of all Americans live? Why should the governor be going under a massive investigation that is going to be like worse trickle truth than the Hillary emails for probably the next 2 years at a minimum during like literally the most serious pandemic? I think he should step down just for pragmatic reasons, not even reasons of like he did bad things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he should step down, but we're beyond the point of like saying that, because he's already stated out loud that he's just not going to step down, even though he's received so much pressure. You know, there's petitions signing for his recall. The actions we have to take now, like even if you agree that he should step down, is that we have to recall him. We have to do this because he's refusing to do it. We can continue to pressure him as well. What?
He can get impeached. I don't think they do recalls in New York. But yeah, he should be impeached.
Okay.
If you think he shouldn't be impeached, I was wondering, like, what would it be the argument for that? For any
like you say, my main argument was just the innocent until proven guilty.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable. I do think that like there's a truth. The honesty of it is like it is a fickle subject of like if you're a public figure, people can just like accuse you of shit, and some amount of people are just going to believe it, right? But also on the other hand, like there are levels of like there's like a bunch of women at this point. You know what I mean? And on top of that, just from my pragmatic argument, Andrew Cuomo cannot be doing both governing New York and having like a massive career-ending scandal at the same time.
But
what a weird fucking statement. 1/3 of Americans live in New York.
Isn't that true?
1/3 of Americans? You mean New York State?
I might be wrong. I think
yeah, you're right.
I was mixing up the stat. It's that 1/3 of Americans live in New York, LA, and Chicago. My bad.
Yeah, it's like 29 million people or something.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I'm mixing it
Yeah,
up.
that wasn't a third for each city, dude.
Yeah, I know.
They all live in those 3 cities.
He gets it. He gets it.
I know. I'm a history boy, not a math boy. Okay.
Yeah. We love you, Kobe.
I think if nothing else, there's at least an increased awareness that he's a creep. So if nothing else, then I think people are well aware of it and maybe will still steer clear of him. So yeah, I think he should be impeached if that's a possibility politically, or if he resigns. Either way, it's fine. Yeah.
See, the only issue I have with I don't like using extreme cases to set precedents to do things. So we say, well, 6 is too many. What if it was 5? But then, okay, well, what if it was like, where's the line? Because if it was 2, Is that enough to impeach him just off the allegations?
Well, going back to my original,
One, if it's credible and can be proven, is enough.
Yeah,
Like I
sure.
said earlier, these things aren't in a fucking vacuum. The number of accusations lends credibility to those accusations. But, like, it depends on other circumstances. We just have to determine how likely it is that we think that these accusations might be true. And if we think that it's reasonably likely that they might be true, at least so much as that they warrant investigation, then that's the point at which we should say, well, I mean, especially in the case of Cuomo, I think Kobe actually makes a good point for once with his tiny walnut brain that, like, it's going to be a long ass fucking investigation. You've got 2 years of this shit at least, and you can't just, you can't be bunging up the office with that. So just as a pragmatic step, he should step down.
And also, like, to answer the question on the numbers, can I kind of just like to echo what Vivid just said? Even if it was just one woman, it's going to be a massive investigation. Going back to my pragmatic argument, I don't think it's a good idea for him to try to be doing both these things.
So,
I mean, it wouldn't be a big investigation if that woman wasn't at all credible, right?
Yeah, true.
Like, I don't know. She lived in fucking Namibia and had never left the country. Like, you'd probably be like, well, yeah, we probably don't need an investigation for that. That's why I said, like, there's a lot of other kind of factors that you take into account. The numbers are just like one thing that lends credibility to these accusations.
Can I respond to something I saw in like early up in chat? Somebody was pointing out like that, like, well, Cuomo's not even actually accused of sexual assault. Read what he did. He did things that are, or accused of doing things that are that no person of any power should ever do. Completely unbelievable. Asking one of your subordinates what their favorite sexual positions are is so close to that line that it's so weird. I don't know. Don't try to make that argument.
So Sam, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I still feel like we're hitting this thing where we're agreeing that he should resign, right? But he's refusing to resign. He's said this multiple times now, and we have pressure on him to resign. Both senators. We have representatives in New York. You have other officials from other outside of New York saying that he should resign. What do you do when he says that he won't resign? What do you do?
Whatever the process is for removing him from office.
Yeah. So like that's what I don't like. I think we're just talking in circles about like.
Well, I don't think we are talking in circles. I think we just all fucking agree, and we're answering the question repeatedly.
Is he the governor of New York or the mayor of New York?
Governor of New York.
Okay.
The mayor of New York City.
Yeah, Garcetti, that's right.
No.
De Blasio.
Oh, De Blasio. Okay. I don't remember any of their names.
They're all terrible, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So anyway, thank you, Lord and Pole, for joining us. Lord and Pole, did you have something you want to add?
Not really. I think we've covered all of it, and I've been kind of distracted trying to get this all set up again.
I saw you were talking about Disney earlier. What was that topic about? I'm just curious.
Disney.
Tonight or yesterday?
Yeah, it sounds like.
Well, I clicked on the fucking channel and it said Disney. I was like, oh, I can get in on this because, like, fuck Disney and their like ridiculous queer coding and how much it fucking sucks. But
We were talking about yesterday. We're talking about the depictions of touchy historical subjects in like a Disney film, so specifically Pocahontas. But I will say we can't talk about it again. But I will say I know that there's some interest in talking about that in the next Amazon Lily. So I didn't want to like completely exhaust the point.
Pocahontas is a really good example of like queer coding as well. The villain in that has like his fucking crazy ass glittery gold cloak. He's quite feminine in his affectations. He's got his tiny little dog that he keeps with him all the time. Like all those old Disney villains were queer as fuck, and it's really really weird to me because I always really loved the villains in Disney movies, and there's like I don't know, it's this whole kind of I guess segment in like queer studies that is literally just about Disney and all the shit that comes out of the queer coding in Disney movies and a lot of other movies, honestly, around the era, but like especially Disney movies.
I didn't know that was a trend, but I did point that out in the last time I watched Robin Hood. Was that like King John?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
King John, effeminate, weak, kind of likes to suck his thumb and shit, but like
Yes, very
yeah,
limp-wristed the whole
all
time.
of them
and,
though.
like, yes.
Fucking Ursula from The Little Mermaid is literally based on a drag queen called Divine. Scar from The Lion King, again, quite effeminate. Like it, yeah. The list is long. It's harder to find a Disney villain that isn't queer coded than it is to find one that is.
Yeah, they all have lisps.
Yeah, the fucking gay lisp.
So
I hate that.
I didn't see. Oh yeah, oh man, that's a really interesting topic. Let me think about that. But the thing about Ursula, I think is pretty interesting. I didn't think like a drag queen. I had never, obviously growing up, like I'm not in.
Google drag queen Divine. Just do it now.
I agree. I mean, I'm sure it's true, but like I'm just saying that like I had no idea that they would have used that. I would think. I thought maybe that she might have been coded as possibly gay, but.
Like a butch lesbian.
Yeah, like a butch lesbian. That's where I was going with that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, she's literally based on a drag queen.
Okay.
I never thought about how much Ursula looked like Divine, but I will say you're missing out if you're
Yeah.
not watching a lot of movies.
I literally never made these.
I think there's something really weird about that because so I've read about this a lot in queer studies in general, but also there's a trend I think in the queer community of enjoying horror, monster movies, creature related shit, and identifying with those kinds of people. And I wonder how much that has to do with growing up and watching all these TV shows and programs and especially Disney movies where the villains are always queer coded. And so you end up growing up identifying with the monsters because you see yourself in them. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually think that a lot. Fuck, who was it? I just had an example of a fictional vampires, right? I've always loved vampires, and I like the idea like a vampire count. But think about like what the myth of the vampire count is. This is a person who's scary. They're typically different. They're typically weird. But they're also an attraction. There's also like a seductiveness to them, right? And on top of that, they're recluses. They live on a big castle, very far away from things. There's legends about them. That's what at least me as a young bi man, young gay man coming out in high school and middle school. That's very much what I felt. Very much like an outsider. Very much felt like there were legends about me, and that there were things that people told about, talked about me, and rumors and so on. And that's something that you very much identify, at least just in the vampire myth, right? And then on top of that is this other, as you were saying, the identifying with the other. I think as a queer person, you're always going to identify with the other in some respects, the person who is different and is discriminated against, not because they necessarily do anything wrong, but because they don't look right, they don't smell right, they do something incorrectly. There's actually in the first Witcher short story anthology, there's kind of a play on this, which is it's like a play on the classic Beauty and the Beast, where it's like there's like this haunted house that this guy takes control of, and the haunted house says like, I'll let you control me. You can have like banquets and feasts, and you can have control over this entire big manor, but I'm going to turn you into an evil monster. And so it's kind of like something like stuff like this, yeah.
That's really interesting. Do you guys have any like reading recommendations on that kind of stuff? I'd like love to learn more about it.
I don't know any books, like any like theory books.
So interesting. So going back to Ursula, and I did Google the person Divine. You just Google Ursula and Divine, it'll come right up, those images. So I did take a look at that. So Ursula, I think, is a really interesting case, right? Like, she was powerful and charming, and I mean, she was a villain, yeah, true, but like, she had this mystique about her, right? And I see like some people, at least maybe this is a new thing, right? And I'm projecting this back into the past, but I'm seeing people who are like taking like, well, Ursula's a badass, and then like I kind of like that's like a character that I can relate to. So like in this case, like, first of all, we should definitely have more queer people like as good guys, first of all, but like in this particular case of Ursula, right? Like, was that like, do you think it was a bad example? Like do you think it would have been better if maybe Ursula, the bad guy, had been coated, typically straight, like a cis woman, right, with like flowing hair and maybe more thinner, and but like, would that been better?
I think one of the problems is that you're projecting current social mores and norms onto like an older piece of work, right? So like some of the attributes which Ursula expresses like nowadays might be like, oh, she's a badass, but like back then could be like, you know, she's a seductress, she's a temptress, she's mischievous, she's whatever, right? Because there's a huge connection between like queerness and deceit, basically being deceitful, underhanded, cowardly, you know.
Yeah, plus they're the bad guys. Like they're the plus they're the bad guys. They're never the hero, right? Like you never have like the very you know, effeminate man who's a hero, or a butch lesbian who's a hero, or any of these things.
You do
They're never the
nowadays
good guy.
sometimes, not enough, but
I
you do
think-
nowadays sometimes. But back then, because of the Hayes Act, for example, right? Not was it Hayes Act? Hayes Code, right? A Hayes Code was like written by this dude called Hayes back in, I think it was like the 60s or some shit in Hollywood.
I think
and
it's
it was
longer than
all
that.
li- Right?
I think it's older than that, but I could be wrong. But please continue.
Yeah, it might be older than that. But yeah, it was like this whole list of shit that like you shouldn't show in cinema in a positive light, right? And one of these is like obviously homosexuality. And so the only way to put queer people into cinema at that point was to like put them in as the villains. And there are some good examples of cinema where like there's a lot of sympathy for the villains and they are queer coded, and you can kind of tell that like probably some gay people or some people sympathetic to gay people had a hand in this. But as it becomes like the cinematic norm for the gay for the person who is queer coded to be the villain, or rather to queer code your villains to show that they are evil, like more people take on this practice and it just becomes the norm, basically. If you want to show that somebody's evil, you give them these attributes that are also commonly associated with queer people in order to communicate their evilness to the audience.
1934 to 1968 was the Hayes Code. Just putting it out there.
Shit, it was ages ago. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
I actually did think of a good queer history book. This thing was going to Stardust. There's a book, like one of my favorite books ever. It's called Queer City. It's a book about like a queer history of London, and like of gay people and non-gender conforming people going all the way back to like Roman times. And in that book, it talks about how like during the Victorian age, many of the same laws that would be applied to things like, you know, like people that would like harbor like illegal immigrants would be applied to people that harbored gay people. So for example, if you owned like what's it called, like your apartment building, and you found out that you were holding a bunch of Polish people illegally, you'd be arrested. The same thing would happen to you if you found out that you were like a place that gay people knew that they could go to. And so a lot of the times, all the red light districts would kind of like collapse in onto themselves, and the drug addicts and the illegal immigrants and the black people and the gay people and all and the et cetera would all kind of come together. And so all these things kind of meld together into this one big stereotype of the evil gay immigrant that's going to come and make your daughter this, that, and the other. I think that you see the same with this kind of Hayes Code, which homosexuality is lumped in with other things, and then if you get these characters that are these evil drug addict villains that are also, you know, typically depicted as like, you know, for example, another big thing is a lot of times disability and queerness go together. You'll have a villain that has like, for example, what's it called, the Phantom of the Opera. Disability playing on the mystique of disability, plus playing on this kind of somewhat a semi-effeminate. Obviously, that's a love story between a man and a woman. But
also disability was used like quite commonly again as like an outward sign of some inner evil, which is one of the reasons why like Richard III, for example, has a hunchback in Shakespeare's Richard III, right? Like he's horribly twisted and deformed, and he is that way because he has an evil spirit, right? That's the yeah.
I never looked at that as a disability.
To shit on something I like, Star Wars does this with Darth Vader, where they have Darth Vader be this horribly disfigured person, burn victim, and that's a metaphor for this, you know, his anger or whatever. But at the end of the day, that's not, you know, they're burn victims. They're just normal people. I know for burn victims, people that have different skin deformities doesn't make you evil, you know.
But is that an actual? Is that so? No problem. I just want to engage with this. Is that an actual disability? So I hear what you're saying, right? Like the deformed person, right? But like as I see it in in fiction, right? And you guys can maybe enlighten me. But as I see in fiction, it's yes, that's a representation of the evilness, but not that like they were necessarily disabled, right? Like, I'm not sure if people are putting that together. That like people maybe who are in a wheelchair, for instance, are somehow evil. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
I noticed it a lot as
I
being
think that
dictated.
How
I
many?
think it has more to do with the story though that goes along with it. It's not just that they're a burn victim, but like it's a backstory to say like how they got to
no,
this
no, no.
point.
I got
Well,
that.
no, we're
No.
talking about an old.
I'm
We're
agreeing with
talking
you.
about an
right?
old trope in cinematic storytelling that
Right.
comes from a culturally held attitude that outer deformity is a display of inner sin, right?
Yeah,
Which is like again, if you go back to something I studied in university actually, which was like the European witch hunts, they would look for deformities as as a sign that somebody had engaged with the devil, basically, right? Like,
They
yeah.
do these things in a lot in comic books too, though, right? Like Two-Face and Batman, or like
Yeah, and they're
know,
kind of
just
like
had-
cultural hangovers. I don't think people look at a disabled person nowadays necessarily and go, "Oh, well, that person's evil because they're in a wheelchair," right? But it's like how we tell our stories and what representation is. You have this kind of like cultural feedback loop, I think, between stories and culture in general.
I just don't see it that way when I'm watching it. I don't think of it as like they have an evil spirit because they have this deformity. I think they
Yeah,
are
I don't think it's a
scarier
conscious thing.
looking. I think they're scarier looking because of the deformity, because it's abnormal. Like it's they're supposed to
Well,
be.
are they
scary.
scarier looking because they have the deformity, or are they scarier because you've been taught that deformity makes a scary person?
Well, perhaps maybe the better word that would be shocking.
Yeah.
We are, the average person's not used to seeing a person with different. One thing I was thinking though is a lot of the times the way that this plays out is that there's a perceived vindictiveness amongst people with disabilities, that they're angry at the world because they're in a wheelchair, they're angry at the world because of this and the other, and that this manifests itself in their evilness in a way. That's one of the reasons I brought up this kind of Darth Vader. This kind of, there's this idea.
I mean,
that he's-
short man syndrome, right?
Yes,
Or the
yes,
Napoleon complex or whatever, right? The idea that people who are somehow, quote unquote, deficient in some manner physically, must also have some kind of bitterness to them.
I guess I
And
quibble
to
with
go back
your
to Star Wars,
use
they
of the
planned this too
word.
with Yoda.
I guess I quibble with your use of the word disabled, right? Like I can see like deformity, being deformed, but like I guess I have a different conception on what disability means, right? Like a person who's differently abled, right? Or whatever term you'd like to use. Like these, and the villains that I'm thinking of who might fit what you're talking about, like they could still do everything that a normally able person is, right? Now they might have some outward scarring or just like some physical differences, right? Like Darth Vader, right? Like Darth Vader, but it's not like they can't do all the things that everyone else can do. In fact, a part of it is like their power that they have over the protagonist, right? That makes them so intimidating. So that's where my disconnect is, that using disabled there, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just sort of lumping deformity, disability, and probably even sickness into the same kind of category. That these are like narrative tropes that are used to sort of display some person's inner evil. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I wouldn't say that like, oh, if a person turns up in a storybook and they happen to be in a wheelchair, that you're like instantly going to go, aha, this must be the baddie of the story. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but like, walking with a limp or a hobble or having a hunchback or whatever, right? Things that we would still consider to be somewhat disabilities today, like have been used in the past. Like I mentioned, Richard III, for example, as a sign of some inner evil. So I was just sort of lumping those all in together. But you're right, not all forms of disability.
Okay.
Necessarily.
Also, a witch with like a long crooked nose and green skin and warts and stuff like that, or maybe even the guy that's directly behind Tom's head. You want to know how I got these scars?
Yeah, I think one of the best explanations of this is the movie Glass with who was it? The guy from
Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, Samuel Jackson, the sequel to Split.
And sexy Bruce Willis. God damn, he's sexy. Sorry.
Yeah, where they show what it takes to build the story of the antagonist, and how the evil and the disability, how all those play into the part to present you an antagonist who's I guess enough of a rival to be worthy of being the evil.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
we-
the genuinely disabled person is more like what Kobe was saying earlier, where like disabled people are quite often portrayed in cinema as being bitter at the world because of their disability, which is like a different kind of narrative trope that still implies that they're bad people, or at least out to do bad things. But it's not
Yeah.
quite the same as the sort of deformity just being an outward sign of some inner soul sickness.
Part
I
of
think
the
Wartok got it right in the chat. Like, we really need to stick with bad guys just being British people, because I think that's a lot more.
I think we can all agree that those are the worst human beings.
It's a narrative old.
I actually have like a semi-related question, and I have to leave in like 15-ish minutes, so I want to ask this really quick. So I mainly want to get like Vivian's input on this. It's about queer stuff too. So is it right if I kind of detour a little bit?
Quickly.
Okay, sure. So recently, Milo Yiannopoulos came out as not gay. He says that he's converted to Christianity and become not gay. This is my question. I wonder what you think about this, Viv. I don't feel comfortable like making fun of him for this. I understand that this is like 99% a publicity stunt, but also I do have like an innate sympathy just for people that struggle with their sexuality, and I do kind of like, there's part of me that does imagine Milo being, what the spaces he's in and the influence he's around. What do you think about that? Do you think that he's such a piece of shit and he's such a liar that it's okay to kind of like use this a bit as like a kind of poke fun at him for it, kind of make fun of this new stunt?
So, I mean, I think you can probably make fun of this stunt, but I think you have to be kind of aware of the context around it. Milo Yiannopoulos, for example, tried very hard to embed himself in the right, but ultimately is never going to get completely in there because he's of a demographic that the right fucking hates. He's a homosexual. The further you go into the right, the less acceptable that is. I mean, until you go really, really far, and then it's perfectly okay to do whatever the fuck you want, apparently. But and yeah, but most people don't know about that segment of the right, and that's fine. But like, and the same can be said of like people like Blair White, right? Like, she tried so hard to be one of the good trans, but like, everybody's, well, not everybody, but that car wreck of a fucking debate that went on the other day was sort of like everybody was commenting on how Blair was just getting absolutely fucking savaged with transphobic nonsense, both from chat and from other panelists. And I think Milo recognizes this, but he still wants his kind of place in the right. So I think part of that is like, oh, I'm going to give up my gay identity and make some kind of redemption story in order that the right will accept me back. And also, he's a fucking shock jock. He's always been about trying to say the most controversial shit that will just offend as many people as possible, right? And there's a big debate going on right now in the United Kingdom about a conversion therapy bill, right? In order to ban conversion therapy. And I think Milo has seen this and is basically just going, aha, here's a thing that I can promote that will piss off the left, make me amenable to the right. I don't buy his sincerity in this for a fucking second. There's like a 0.01% chance that he's like, oh shit, I'm suddenly a well-meaning Christian right-wing person, and I support all these things genuinely. But I think it's extraordinarily unlikely. I think he's just doing it for the fucking attention, like he does pretty much everything. He's an absolute he's just such a pathetic individual at this point because he's lost so much of his audience, so much of his income, so much of his notoriety, popularity, and fame that he is just like throwing absolutely anything out there, and just getting more and more desperate with each throw. Basically, it's pathetic. It's sad. We're seeing the absolute fucking collapse of this man.
Yeah, I saw him on a podcast. He was directly supporting gay conversion therapy. So he's on one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole I didn't know that was a conversation going on in the UK right now. That ties a pretty little bow on this whole thing because
Yeah, me neither. I didn't know that.
That's kind of his jam, is to be a provocateur. I think that's how he sells
I almost
himself. But yeah, that ties it all together. That's what he's doing.
I almost felt bad even for Blair White, just seeing like the amount of like hatred she was getting from that
Yeah.
other panelist, and she was just sitting there, and she looked sad to me, honestly.
So
She
I
wasn't
knew
really
Blair
fighting
White.
back.
You go ahead.
I knew
Uh-huh.
Blair White back in 2013, 14,
Wow.
maybe even 15. We sort of hung out on the same forum. We spoke to each other quite a lot. It was like a political forum on a political sub forum on a gaming forum, basically. And she was fairly liberal back then, and we were arguing against the transphobes and stuff. And then she brought out this video that was like, it was talking about the advantages of being a woman and the advantages of being a man, and all these anti-feminists kind of jumped on it and went, wow, Blair's just saying feminism's bullshit, and she just went completely down. But I think Blair is a really sad case because like half her fucking family rejected her for being trans,
Yeah.
like just fucking disowned her, and she wanted to try and find a place where she belonged, and she thought she'd found that with these YouTube videos. She'd found a community that would accept and love and idolize her. And unfortunately, just like Milo, like as a trans person, you are not going to be fully accepted by the right, especially the American right. It's just not going to fucking happen. And I do feel sorry for her genuinely. She's done so much harm and so much hurt and so much damage. But as a trans person, I can't help but just be like, oh, fucking just drop it, like make amends. There's still a place for you somewhere else. Let people will accept you and care for you and all this sort of shit. Like I want her to go left. I do because I want to fucking try and heal her from all this bullshit. She's a very traumatized, very damaged person, and I think she needs something. I don't fucking know what, but she's hurting. I
Yeah,
don't like seeing people
definitely.
hurting.
I think
Yeah.
so. Okay, that's interesting. That you say that. So I won't speak to Blair White. Because that's a different experience, I guess. I'll speak to Candace Owens though. Fuck her. So I think those two women have ended up in their positions for different reasons, right? Like if what you're saying is correct, McPhavian Wolf, then yeah, I would say that Blair White's story is a bit sadder. But in the end, like Candace Owens, who came into her position from a much different angle, the damage they're done is still real, right? To people's communities, and like I feel like the scorn that they get is very well deserved. So like there's not much I can do.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree. I mean, we've talked about this several times with like anti-fascism and a whole bunch of other fucking issues that I've talked on, right? Where I've said that like primarily your focus has to be on the defense of communities, right? And that means that you have to fucking
Yeah.
choke these fuckers out metaphorically, basically, right?
Yeah.
You can't like pull your punches just because you feel a little bit sorry for them, because that can give aid to them.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that like just me on a personal level, having spoken to Blair before she went down this fucking path, and also because I identify so strongly with her struggle, because it's the same struggle that I've gone through, the same struggle that so many of my trans friends have gone through, that I want her to drop that shit so that she can start the process of healing, because I think that the only way she's going to be truly happy is for her to like drop all the fucking right wing bullshit, basically.
I agree with you, and yeah, when I say that, like when I was saying I almost feel sorry, I meant more from like just seeing how hard she has tried to fit in there, and seeing her continue to like. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was agreeing with you.
No,
I was
it's
just
fine.
saying and just can't. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, and those people really, the amount of like just verbal assault that she gets. It was really sad to see that these were people that she had tried so hard to be accepted by, and they were laying into her. One guy was just laughing at her. And
we're talking. Sorry, you guys are talking about some panel. I haven't seen this panel. I'm not sure if many other people. Could you just quickly describe what you're talking
It was
about?
like a panel that was like Nazis versus Blair White and like a rad film. Or like a
Marilyn Maroshenko.
Yeah.
It was like a legit. She was like a legitimate Nazi. Like I know if I looked on her computer, it'd be some iron dates.
Yeah.
The other girl
And
that was
she
in
was,
Blair White, she was.
I've
she
only
was-
seen clips of it. I couldn't watch the whole thing. It'd just be too
Yeah,
fucking
and
painful to me, honestly.
She was just going in on her, saying that we have this person here who we shouldn't even have here. She said some really disgusting stuff to her.
Yeah.
The guy that was on her side was just sitting there laughing at Blair White because I guess he thought it was so funny. And I agree with what you're saying, like Prime, like when I see when I see people like Bobby Jindal and stuff and and Miss Haley, I just I can't with those people, man. But those people grew up with they grew up pretty privileged in my opinion. So I don't really I'm sure they dealt with their own versions of racism, but they still grew up pretty privileged. Whereas somebody like Blair White, I can't even imagine losing my family for my identity, right? That would
Well,
just
half a
devastate.
family, but yeah. And I don't know. I don't think it's going to get any better for her either. I think there's so with black folks and with and to a certain degree with women, right? Because you could also put like Lauren Southern in this box. She spoke out about the misogyny that she faced in the right. Whereas right now in the United States, I think the fight against trans people is really fucking heating up, and I think it's only going to get worse from here, and it's just more aggressive fucking bullshit that Blair's going to be non-stop dealing with. I don't see any bright future for her where even moderate conservatives are like, yeah, trans people are perfectly fine. I don't see that.
Even
Whereas
her-
black people, I think moderate conservatives are generally just like, I don't care what your skin color is as long as you're for America, brother.
I don't know. I
Maybe
disagree
I'm
on
wrong.
that point. I think that's far too cynical. I think as long as there's good, reasonable voices out there to represent trans people, I think the situation will just continue to improve.
Continue to improve. What you mean, like it has done for the last 4 years?
But yeah, you may think honestly, you may think that things are getting worse, but in the aggregate, I think things are getting better. That's just my
What are your metrics for that? I'm just curious.
I don't think there's any metrics that are available to support either way. To be fair, just before.
Yeah. No, we could.
I can look at actual legislation.
If we're talking,
Yeah, we can talk about legislation. We can talk about actual laws passed. We can look at the statistics of trans individuals, whether talking about death rate, being murdered, or their health outcomes, or there's a whole list of metrics we could actually use. There are metrics for this, right?
So yeah, but what I would say is the past 4 years, I think Clearest is talking specifically, he said in aggregate, right? Obviously the past 4 years have been a dumpster fire.
Yeah, he
so-
said in aggregate for the past 4 years.
Yeah,
I
that's what he
specified
said.
for the past 4
No,
years. and
no,
he
I don't
said
think-
in aggregate.
That's what he said.
I don't think.
I mean,
he-
I think.
we can ask him,
if
but
you're saying in aggregate, you're not just including the conservative side of the spectrum, which everything has gotten worse on that end. Legally, things have gotten worse, but I think in response to that, the liberal side of the United States, which is pretty much a dichotomy at this point, they've responded in moving further in support. So I don't know how you would measure.
I mean,
that,
that's not-
but in aggregate, it's probably gone. I don't know how you could decide between which way.
keep
it's
seeing in
Well,
aggregate.
we just talked about fucking metrics, didn't
Yeah.
we? Fucking hate crime statistics. You could go for poverty rates. You could go for death rates. You could go for a whole bunch of things to show how shit's got actually worse in terms of the material conditions under which trans people live. in the United States and especially in the fucking United Kingdom, shit has probably overall got worse, in my opinion, right? And as you know, my experience as a trans person in the UK, like it's just it's really shit right now. Some things have got better, yes. But you know, the likelihood of somebody coming up to you when you're trying to do your fucking grocery shopping and going, "Oh God, you're so brave," right? Compared to them stripping away our fucking healthcare, like these are not equal.
I think it's like actually impossible to talk about LGBT issues in this aggregate sense because depending on where you live and depending on like what within where you like what country you live in, where you live in that country, stuff is just so different. So as like Viv said, the British people are having their own different struggles. They have their own conversations. They're like related to American conversations. They have the bathroom conversation, the trans kid conversation, but there's their own ones, right? While in America,
a lot more related.
Sure, but that's a different conversation than talking about things in the aggregate.
Well,
That's
no, so
talking
the-
about,
to finish my point-
that's talking about things on a local level.
Hold on. To
or-
finish my point though, the aggregate's
Sure.
not very helpful though, because if we look at like Turkey, then yeah, LGBT rights in Turkey are doing a lot better now than they were like 100 years ago. But that's not very helpful when we're looking at America, right? So we're looking at aggregate, we are lumping in a lot of places in the world that are going to throw off the statistic. So obviously, like it's very bad for gay people in like Uganda, but it's way better to be a gay person in America than it is to be a gay person in Uganda. But trans people, as Vivian is pointing out, there's a lot of places in the West where it has not gotten better in the past 10 years. If you want to even the most charitable, maybe it's just kind of roughly stayed the same. But I think Vivian can make some good arguments just empirically that it's gotten worse. So the aggregate throws it off.
10 years ago, I often say this is a really weird kind of thing, right? Just in terms of personal interactions. So 10 years ago, if somebody clocked you as trans, because, I've been out that long now, fuck me. If somebody clocked you as trans 10 years ago, they'd be like, "Oh, like what are you doing? That's kind of like weird. Why do you like to do that?" Right? And maybe you'd sit down with them and you'd have a bit of a conversation, and 9 times out of 10 that conversation would end with something along the lines of like, "Oh, well, if it makes you happy, mate, yeah, let me buy you another drink," Whereas now, if somebody clocks you as trans, that conversation doesn't exist because they've already had that conversation with themselves. They know who trans people are and they've made their mind up. And so the response is either incredible hostility, and I'm going to say it's probably about 80-20, 70-30 in my experience, incredible hostility or extreme patronizing. It's just
more trans people feel comfortable coming out now though than they ever have before in history.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know if it's more comfortable coming out. I think that very much depends on your own personal situation. But I think awareness of the fact that people are trans, that being trans is an option, has increased drastically, and that means that more people are going to come out. Because I didn't, so when I first sort of came out, it was because I had found a queer community while I was homeless that helped me sort of like sort through some of the stuff that I'd been feeling and talking about and doing, and cross-dressing during my sort of teenage years. I just thought that I was fucking weird and gay, right? And it wasn't until I realized that there were trans people in the world that I was like, oh yeah, shit, that makes a lot of fucking sense, right? So yeah,
it's not to discredit what it is you're saying that trans people are struggling with, but to say that if we're trying to look at a metric that would say things are getting better for trans people, the fact that more trans people feel comfortable in their own skin and presenting as themselves within the world now would, to me, be the most important metric to look at rather than legislation or.
So I think if you measure from
So
wait.
So yeah, I want to let. So hold on. I want to let in Sam here, but don't worry, we're definitely gonna go back to you, Vivian, as well. But I think there's a few things that are being thrown off here. But first, Sam, please.
I gotta head out.
Have a good one, Kobe.
Yeah. So I think what Tom is saying is that the court of public opinion is getting better for trans people, that they feel more comfortable coming out not that the material conditions are necessarily changing, that these are two different things, and that we can say with different metrics we can measure these differently. And so one metric that he's throwing up is, looking at the number of people who have decided to identify or come out as trans, increasing over the last couple of years as a sign that the court of public opinion of trans people in general is getting better, while maybe those other issues of material conditions of trans people is not improving. And that's something that we could critique and talk about.
So I can agree with you on that in one sense, right? So surveys in the United Kingdom, for example, show that like people are generally more accepting of trans people than they were sort of 20 to 30 years ago, right? However, what I would say is that like the opposition is much more vocal and vitriolic.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. I would 100% agree.
So this doesn't necessarily map onto how trans people experience things socially, right?
Yeah.
Because simply somebody signing ticking the box in the study that says I don't agree that a man can be a woman or whatever 30 years ago, right? That doesn't translate to the same kind of vitriol and hatred that person who would tick that same box might display nowadays.
So
Yeah, that's
what
why
I
it
what,
started
hold on, I want to jump in here for a quick second though. But we definitely get back to you, Tom. Absolutely. Yeah, so I think Vivian is bringing up a whole bunch of good points, and that's what she usually does. That's why we love having her here. But I think the idea that I think it's an interesting idea that exposure doesn't necessarily bring acceptance, right? Like, so there are different people, or it doesn't also always relate to like positive a movement, because like she's saying, the opposition is hardened, right? Because it's not simply that we are more aware that trans people are a thing, right, as a concept, right? It's that trans people and their bodies have been politicized. I know this because people never fucking stop talking about them on my fucking panels. Oh my god, so many times we're talking about trans issues. I mean, I want to, of course, bring up issues affecting our trans brothers and sisters, but people will just like throw them out there, just like and like so many debates happen around like their body, and it's like they become a proxy for so many other things, right? And so
let's talk about the trans issue.
Exactly. Yeah. And so they like, because they've been so heavily politicized now, right? And because and part of that is because we can't make fun of the gays anymore, right? Like, that's kind of a fight that's been lost, right? They're exactly right. The Republicans had been using simply gay marriage as a wedge issue. That's what it was before this. If you can cast your mind back, right? It was gay marriage. That was the issue, right? That was what's going to destroy America. The moment you allow for it, like, then straight marriage is over somehow. Okay. But then it did happen, and then, life went on, and so they needed a new boogeyman, and then there are trans brothers and sisters, ready and waiting, right? And even easier to pick on, because their experiences are harder to relate to, right, than the gay individuals, right? Like, you can imagine simply loving a different person, right? Like, that's easy, right? But like, not your gender, not conforming to your sex, your assigned sex at birth, that's a completely different experience and much more easier to demonize. So I think it's fascinating what Vivian's bringing up here. But I'll let you go on, Vivian.
I think it's very interesting that you bring that up, actually, like the whole the gay marriage wedge fight, because one of the things that I talk about fairly regularly, I guess, is the fact that I grew up under Section 28. Section 28 came into effect when I was born. Section 28, super quick TLDR, was a law in Britain that basically said that it was illegal to promote homosexuality as a pretended family relationship. The pretended family relationship is verbatim in the bill. I always like to mention that because it's obscene to me, that language. But a lot of the debates that were had around whether or not Section 28 should come into effect, and just the general public opinion, news articles, media, all of these things are they made the same talking points, the same arguments, and I think Prime would probably see some similarity with the United States and the sort of gay marriage or other sort of issues around gay people, hearing that same rhetoric that was used against gay people, like should we have lesbians or gay people in the bathroom with my son or daughter, like these exact same arguments and issues like brought up 20, and this is why I say like 10 years ago we were not having those arguments thrown at us in the press or in the streets or whatever because we weren't a political topic. And
Right.
nowadays I don't think there is a day I can't remember far enough back, but at least for the last week there is not a day where there hasn't been an article about trans people in the British press that is basically making one of these sort of Section 2080 kind of arguments. And that's kind of the culture that we live in now, where it's just like there's an article every fucking day, about how trans people are somehow a risk to society in some way, to women and girls. They're perverts in your bathrooms, or they're destroying sport, or they're doing this, that, or the other thing, and it's fucking exhausting.
That wasn't just in England,
It's a
though. What
really
you're talking
horrible
about.
environment to be
But
in.
what you're talking about in terms of our the demonizations of our lesbian and gay brothers and sisters, like that wasn't just in England. Yes, that's exact language. We just transposed the language for gay people being the threat to trans people. We just literally just move those arguments aside, right? And what's
Same
disgusting is that there are some gay and lesbian people who buy into this, who like, oh, now that we have our freedom, right? And now that we've achieved our thing, yeah, those trans people, they're a little suspect, right? Those people who fought alongside us during the Stonewall riots, right? Those people, they're a little suspicious.
Well, they try and erase that shit too, right? You'll see a lot of mostly cishet gay dudes and TERFs who will just be like, yeah, no, there weren't any trans people at Stonewall because look, there's nobody mentions transgender people at the time, and it's like, well, people weren't using those words to describe themselves at the time.
And you see this exact same struggle when it comes to like when any group that was particularly marginalized before starts being let in the circle of power, just being more accepted by society, right? Then there's a greater acceptance to shit on the other person, the other group that's behind them. So we saw that with like African American men, like, oh, okay, well, them struggling for the right to vote, so they get the right to vote, right? But women come afterwards, and now the white women who had been their allies, they're like, well, I mean, you are a woman, right? So this is a thing that happened. This happens, and it's fucking disgusting. Clearus, you were going to say something previously, I think.
Yeah. So really, I don't know. I kind of lost the thread that I was going to say, but mainly the thing is, I think it's important to acknowledge that there is a cultural shift that's happening, and it is leading to more acceptance of trans people. And ultimately, right now, we're in this kind of adolescent period. Where you're at, there may be a more difficult adolescent period during this transition. But ultimately, I think, and again, in the aggregate, you're going to end up seeing more and more acceptance as time goes on. I understand things are difficult right now, but as I think it ultimately takes work on behalf of trans
obviously
people.
it takes work. My only argument is that like trans people are existing in an extremely hostile social environment right now that didn't exist 10 years ago. Or at least the hostility was different. It wasn't screamed at us from the front page of fucking newspapers every day. You know?
Yeah, my problem is that the word aggregate here is doing a lot of work for your argument. Like in the end, in the long run, things are better. But like as Mixed Fabian Wolf is saying, a lot. If you look at the metrics, if you look at what they're dealing with now, it's this is an easy argument to say that things are worse, right? Like saying that there are more. This is something I forgot to say previously. Say that there are more trans individuals who who feel the ability to come out. I think is easily chalked up to what Vivian was saying, is that, well, first of all, they're more aware that trans people are a thing because we can't fucking stop talking about them. So, like, if you didn't know before, you know now, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's safer for most people, most of trans people to come out, that their conditions...
Or that their life experiences and material conditions are better than they were 10 years ago when they do come out.
Yeah.
Well, my point, though, when I mentioned that, is to say that obviously trans people feel more comfortable, or it's more likely that a trans person will feel comfortable enough to come out. And that is like, that is my point, is that like 20, 30 years ago, there weren't, trans people
They
weren't.
might not have known that they were trans or it was an option. That's the point I'm making, Tom.
Say that again?
They might not have known that they were trans or it was even an option for them to, like, do that, right? It's not, I understand your argument. I was just saying that, like, yeah, you can measure it that way or you can measure it another way. I don't think that it says anything about whether things are better for trans people.
I would think that that's the most important metric, right? That one, that they have the knowledge, that they have the understanding, that like we have more
Well, no, it's a pretty shit metric, right? If more trans people came out, but every single trans person was executed as soon as they did, we would hardly say it's better for trans people now.
Then why would people be coming out? If that
Sorry?
was happening, why would people be coming out? I think what Tom's trying to say is like the fact that people are like being more willing to come out is
They
some
feel
sort of
safe
large
enough to do so.
societal, that they're feeling more safe to do so because they might not be ostracized from their community.
Yeah,
They
and
might
I'm
not
countering that by saying that there are reasons that people come out beyond there are reasons that more people are coming out beyond them feeling more safe to do so. Also, even if they do feel more safe to come out, that might not reflect the reality of the situation once they do come out. Perhaps people could have a more rosy view of what life will be like as trans than what they actually end up experiencing, because maybe they only engage in watching YouTube videos, or maybe they only read liberal media and they're not aware of the amount of hate that is directed towards them on a daily fucking basis. But once they come out as trans, they are made painfully aware of it, right? So there's a lot of factors that go into this. This is why I agree with, Kobe said earlier, aggregate is a very fucking useless thing to say.
Yeah,
But
you're
you're talking about
even trying to argue about this is like
right, but you're talking about, again, Vivian, you're talking about individual experiences versus things that happen over the long term. You can talk about how
over the last 4 years,
you can talk about how things in the aggregate are maybe getting better over a certain period of time, but that's not enough.
Look, if your argument is that this is a bump on the road or something, or that this is like, we're moving towards a better life for trans people, I can probably agree with that somewhat. But I think that you seem to have this sort of what we call in history like a Whiggish view of progressivism, where you think that things sort of like slowly get better in a linear fashion. Whereas the reality is that things are extremely fucking jagged on a whole bunch of different axes, right? Like things were better 10 years ago in some respects than they are now, right? I can speak to that, the truth of it. And things are worse in some aspects than they were like 10 years ago than they are now, right? Like and it's a very jagged path. It's not like things just get better slowly over time. It goes up and down and up and down and up and down. And I think we're experiencing a big down right now, especially America's got shit coming. I wanted to talk about that a bit, but I want to let somebody else speak first.
Stardust, please.
Yeah, there was somebody else sorry, I was just gonna say real quick, there's somebody else who's messaging me saying that they like or lots of trans people are like trying to leave the UK now and find asylum in other countries.
There are some, yeah.
Stardust, please.
Some
Yeah,
have found
yeah.
asylum.
So yeah, before I was like hanging out on Twitch, I was like in a lot of like UK panels and stuff. And I gotta say, they like to like rip on Americans for racism and bigotry and homophobia, but they are so much worse in a lot of ways. I've seen like that. Just it's unbelievable. The amount of like sexism and like racism and just full on bigotry I experienced with those people. So yeah. Yeah, I can't even imagine what it would be like to deal with that as a trans person. So
Yeah, I think it depends what area in which you live. There are some fucking horrible places in the United States as well. It's just
Yeah,
what community
Yeah,
you
it
have around
totally
you.
depends on where you are in the U.S.
yeah,
Like how you're going to be
yeah.
received. I mean, and that goes for most types of people other than this.
So here's what
You mean
genuinely
handsome
worries
men? You mean handsome men? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely just handsome men, not any other characteristics that I have.
So here's what genuinely worries me, and why I think that trans people and people who care about trans people in the United States need to be looking at the UK and really getting to grips with what's happened over here. Because I do believe that it's like headed for the US in a big way, especially given that that's like, I mean, you saw it at fucking CPAC, for example, but also the way the way the TERF narrative is evolving, I feel is particularly tailored towards an American audience now. The
What is the
the narrative has moved heavily towards like some really conspiracist thinking around forced transhumanism and just stuff that is much more conducive to an American audience, because Americans love the grand narratives of like there is an evil group of people who are trying to do something nasty to behind the scenes to people.
What?
You should,
Oh,
yeah, Google, was it The 11th Hour? That's a website by Jennifer
okay.
Bilek, who is pushing some really fucking like hardcore anti-Semitic conspiracy theories around trans people, and she's not a fringe figure. She's become more accepted in the UK TERF scene, but she's absolutely fucking blowing up over in America. All the fucking
You said
American
is it this film?
Sorry?
Is it a film? Is it the
No, it's a website called The 11th Hour, which
Oh, there's
she
so many things that are coming up. Let me
Yeah,
see.
sorry. Search Jennifer Bilek, Bilek. Yeah. So she's cited by like all the prominent fucking American TERFs and stuff now. Far more popular in the United States because the kind of narrative that she's spinning, I think, is much more conducive to American audiences.
Oh
And
no. Oh no,
yeah,
I'm
it's
looking and it's like the J question. It's like the J question
Yeah.
almost.
Well, I mean, it is the JQ almost.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shadowy cabal of, and she has promoted neo-Nazis in the past as well. Whether knowingly or unknowingly, she promoted a neo-Nazi. She said, this stuff's really interesting. I'd never thought about the link between the Jewishness and the transhumanism that's being pushed on us. Ultimately, the conspiracy theory is that like transgender people are like this false flag kind of thing to try and make everybody more conducive to changing their bodies. So ultimately, I don't know, Amazon can install a fucking chip in your brain to make you buy shit. Like that's the yeah.
Transhumanism is like dope as fuck. Like put a chip in my brain, dude.
Could
Totally
be
fine.
really fucking useful as well in a lot of ways. But yeah, sure.
I guess it could, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I
Negative
just
anti-transhumanism. But
I'm looking at that her blog, and yeah, it's not good. Not good stuff. It's
No,
this the JQ?
it's not good. No.
It's essentially
Much
it goes
more
down to
attractive to
JQ.
an American, much more attractive to an American audience than a British one, right?
Why?
Like I don't know if you know anything about.
I don't
our
know,
culture,
dude.
but-
There are a lot of conspiracy theorists like I interact
Oh, yeah, of
with
course.
like from the UK.
Yeah. Why?
Like full on anti-vaxxers. I like holy moly.
I'm not saying
dude,
she's
people who thought-
rejected by British turfery. Far from it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that she's more embraced in America than she is over here.
Well,
That's all.
why do you think that's the case, Mix Vivian?
I think America is America. I mean, maybe I have a skewed perspective. It's possible, but my feeling is that America has, a much deeper connection to the conspiratorialism that you see in like QAnon, for example. Right? That's why QAnon blew up over there before it blew up over like anywhere else. This narrative of the shadowy cabal working behind the scenes has been extraordinarily prominent in the United States, like pretty much ever since like Vietnam. It was prominent during the Satanic Panic. It was prominent during the I've been talking about the Bohemian Grove and shit this week, like Alex Jones and all that shit. Like it's a cultural narrative that's always been there that you guys haven't managed to deal with particularly well. It comes from the old blood libel conspiracy theories that started in Europe, obviously. But I just think it's something that's more attractive to Americans because it's been more prominent in your media and culture in recent years, at least since the 70s.
Well,
I think there are a lot of
it does go. Yeah, it does kind of go hand in hand with like the whole like I was talking about misinformation campaigns yesterday. It does go hand in hand with that a lot because we are not as well versed in dealing with those as other countries are that like directly border countries that engage in that kind of stuff. So
I think having a fractured country, somebody said something on the panel yesterday that made me think about this again. I think it was the guy who was arguing about votes, right? He said, like, we're such a large country, like, I don't know where my vote goes and all that sort of stuff. I do think there's something to be said about America being a very large and fractured country in that you have the states, and the states can be very different culturally, even sometimes when they're bordering each other, that people feel quite alienated from each other and are much more willing, or at least much more vulnerable to believing in the enemy within, right? Because they're so different from each other in some ways.
Lorden?
As a person in the center of the country, I don't personally feel that at all. Like the bordering states around me, like I'm in Nebraska, like we're literally dead middle or above the dead middle. Like the only thing we have is like a rivalry with Iowa, like and who wants to be the more Midwestern state. Like
Sure, but you would hardly say that the culture and like
there is
the
a narrative
culture
of
and-
like California is like more like the liberal elites, and same with like New York. But like I guess personally, I don't feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
fair.
know.
I mean, this is a lot
The
of stuff
states
that
are
I'm
weird.
still
It's
kind of
just weird.
working.
We
Yeah,
I
this
think
is stuff
there's
that
been a
I'm still
movement
kind of
also
working
to
through
have a more.
formulating.
I think there's
Sorry, I
been-
keep thinking you finished.
I keep like think of a new thing to say. It's all good. But I think there's been a movement to like move all of this like cultural conversation more national. It hasn't been like an explicit movement, but like the conversations in United States politics are increasingly more national. There's like less local news available. Like newspapers are dying across the country. So I don't know. I think it's something that's just gradually changing, or not even gradually. It's like quickly changing.
Sam,
Yeah,
you wanted to
yeah.
say something?
I've completely have lost what my thought process was. That was a while ago. So.
Oh, you just raised your hand. I saw you put your hand up.
No, I was. Oh, sorry. Then no.
No, that was a while ago.
Oh, okay, sure. Oh, hey Ty, how are you doing?
Doing fine. How are you guys?
All right. Yeah. So I think it's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting because like a lot of personalities have gotten kicked off. Like I mean, internet personalities. Excuse me, have gotten their start with specifically the trans issues, right? And I think like the most famous one being Jordan Peterson.
Fuck that prick.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Cosign.
It's fucking worse. And it annoys me that Gambit likes him. It annoys me that GSU Gambit actually likes that guy.
Sucks. I don't know about the second book, but it's
Oh, GSU Gambit has a lot of problems. That's hardly as well.
We love you, GSU Gambit. But yeah, better mentors. But yeah, and then to see like it's weird the hills that people will die on. Like I know I'm gonna evoke the name that should never be said, but J.K. Rowling, why? Why is this the hill? Why is this the one you felt like dying on? This thing that you ruin all the goodwill, like nearly the entire cast of Harry Potter like turned against her, saying like, yeah, we don't stand for any of this. Like, what? I don't know, what is it about the transition?
Because it's a fucking hate cult. Turfery in the United Kingdom is extraordinarily cultic. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, and it becomes an obsession for people. They make their entire fucking lives about it. That's how you end up with Graham Linehan sitting in front of the Lords recently talking about how his wife had literally left him because he wouldn't stop fucking obsessing over trans people, right? Like they learn about this thing, this conspiracy, or this terrible evil that is being wrought upon society with, you know, young women having their wombs ripped out and their breasts torn off, and how, you know, they're transing children as young as 3, and they take it upon themselves as a kind of crusade to like learn as much about it as possible, and it becomes an obsession, and they're not capable of letting it go even when it destroys their lives, and it's sad, honestly.
That's so brilliant. Again, why I love having Vivian off, and I'll go to you next, Stardust. That's so brilliant. I had never made that connection. That like, yeah, like a hate cult, because then that really explains everything, right? Like all the connections are being made now. But that actually really makes sense when you say it like that, because now you can directly connect that to QAnon and the experiences people were having there, where like families are being broken apart, because people get on this train, right, and they will not come off of it, right, and they ride it all the way out, until like their family members have left them.
Notice the similarities as well between like QAnon, for example, right? And pretty much every major conspiratorial movement in the United States, where they're like, fuck, you know, it's the children, you gotta save the fucking children, right? Bohemian Grove, they're getting fucking sacrificed, fucking satanic ritual abuse in the 80s and 90s. And QAnon now, obviously, just, you know, more satanic panic. But and with the trans stuff, it's, you know, you're going to have a man in the toilet with your daughter, in the change room with your daughter, or they're transing children all the time. You know, like there's that focus on the kids for sure. That is a definite sort of parallel narrative.
Stardust?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just gonna make a comment, like from what I've seen of like TERFs, like it seems like they're the type of people, like it seems like they, at least the type of people they try to attract to that are people who are like very cynical about like males almost. I don't know. But speaking on that whole thing about like,
oh, not again. Oh no, tragic. She'll be back.
I think it's interesting she says that. Oh, is she back?
Yeah, she's back. She's back. Are you back?
Every time Discord decides to disconnect me, am I saying some really fucked shit or something?
Yeah.
Like, anyways,
some powerful people pulling strings is what I would make. That's the obvious conclusion here. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, it seems. Yeah, so yeah, what I've seen, I guess it seems kind of like they're people who are just very like, who have, I don't know, for some reason are very scared of men being in their spaces or whatever. And even though that's not the case, that's not what is happening. As far as there was something that Vivian just said that that reminded me of something, and I'm trying to remember what it was now.
I was talking about the Save the Children narratives and conspiracies and cults.
Well, I mean, I just gotta say the most interesting person I've ever met was this dude who wanted to go to the moon, establish like a colony on the moon, and he wanted to leave like Earth to the Muslims or whatever. It was the strangest thing.
Okay.
I was like, you know, like the moon is a desert, right?
No, let him have it. Don't
if you want, but, like...
Don't tell him.
I
God,
think it's
dude, it was
interesting
so
that you-
wild.
See you
I
guys.
think it's
That's
interesting
such
that
a
you mentioned
weird.
that
Sorry,
because
sorry.
I think one of the ways to inure at least. Oh shit! There's like 2 points I can make. I guess so. The first point that's super interesting but super quick is that in the United Kingdom, women overwhelmingly support trans women and trans people in
Mhm.
general far
Mhm.
more than men. Men make up the majority of transphobes. It's just the case, at least in the United Kingdom. I haven't
Oh,
seen any
really?
surveys from the US, but I don't see why that would be different in the US.
Oh, okay.
Um, and the other thing is what you said about like the man hating lesbians, right? Which I think is an awful fucking trope, but is born out of like the second I would say like second wave feminism, which is sort of pre-intersectional feminism. And I think intersectionality is one of those things that is so incredibly important as a foundation for building for inoculating people against shitty beliefs. Because if you
Yeah.
focus on one particular issue, we shit on class reductionists all the fucking time in the left, right? Because it allows them to act as reactionaries. They see identity politics or identity-based movements as a threat to the class struggle, right? They're taking attention away from the class struggle, or yeah, whatever. So if you focus on one issue to the detriment of all others, then you fall into reactionary modes of thinking. And I think it's just so important to teach intersectionality in order to inoculate people against this.
I'm really glad that like the third and the fourth waves of feminism have really been about intersectionality. So
Yeah.
Kimberly Crenshaw's a fucking godsend, and she's like hearing her talk about trans sisters like warms my fucking heart.
Sorry, Tiberius. Yes, Tiberius. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, this is more of a left wing conversation, so I don't really have anything to add.
That's all right. Say some dumb right wing shit, and I can tell you why you're fucking wrong.
I'm sure you can, Vivian. I'm sure you can.
God damn it, Vivian, you're the fucking best. But not because she was beating up on you, Ty, but like just in general. But yeah.
I don't mind lecturing everybody on trans issues, but you know, it's always interesting if you have some pushback rather than everybody just going, yeah, no, I think that's an interesting point.
It is an interesting point. Sorry, go ahead. You were saying something, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's just like kind of hard to like speak on a lot of these issues because I've never experienced them as a cis person. So, like,
it never stops me from
Yeah, I
opening my
know.
mouth. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand and like I can try to take it through the lens of my own, oppressions that I've had as a Jewish person in the United States. I grew up in a place where things like that happen. We had some crazy stuff in my town. Somebody burned a swastika onto our football field. So, yeah, I mean, like, but they're not the same. They're not comparable in any way, right? Like, they're not. So it's
Well-
kind of hard to have to have any pushback on this, I think.
Yeah, so do you consider yourself a person of color? I can't even fucking.
So I'm also a first generation Brazilian American. So like I'm on my mom's side. So I'm kind of like a weird mix of a lot of things. On my dad's side, I'm ethnically Jewish, Ashkenazi, and then on my mom's side, she's ethnically Romani. So I'm just
Yeah.
very, very and I'm very, very pale because I am a computer scientist and a master's student of AI.
That'll do
So
it. That'll do it.
I'm indoors most of the day. So, but when I get sun, I get very tan.
No, it's cool.
So
So this is another reason that I say intersectionality is so fucking important, right? Because
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
I agree with you that these struggles are not comparable. My struggle and the struggle of POC people in America, like these are two very, very different struggles, but they're all interlinked, right? In some fashion. We're all fighting against what I tend to call the quasi-fascistic default citizen, right? Or the quasi-fascistic ideal citizen, which is an ideal that nobody really quite reaches, right? But it's essentially a person who is, cis het, white, male, rich, well-educated, able-bodied, blah 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 blah, right? The sort of ideal citizen, the ideal person, and if you deviate from that in any way, you're gonna suffer, right? You're gonna suffer some form of oppression, and so we're all engaged in this sort of like shared struggle against the quasi-fascistic default. But again, I always say, like, you know, and that's a reason that we should all be trying to help each other out, right? Because, like, you know, millions of people have hundreds of people have said different quotes about it throughout history. You know, what's the most famous one's probably like, you judge a society by how it treats the weakest among it, or whatever, right? Like, if we lift each other up, we lift ourselves up, we form community bonds, we can cooperate with each other as a larger base as well, right? You know, trans people fighting for their rights alone are not as good as like POC and trans people fighting for trans rights, and POC and trans people fighting for POC civil rights, right? So we should absolutely engage in those sort of shared struggles. So I don't think it's like bad for you to say that, but I do think it's important for you to recognize that the struggles aren't the same, because obviously when we're fighting the POC struggle, we should let the POC people lead and guide us in, you know, in understanding their struggle, and also in how they want to address that struggle, and likewise for trans people as well. I would never feel out of place like speaking on trans issues just because you're not trans. You just recognize what you know, what you don't, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like most of my opinions have kind of just come from listening and talking to trans people who've gone through these issues. So like I can't have pushback, because I think we mostly just like agree on like most of what we're going to prescribe probably.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Anyway, I waffled loads. Tiberius, say something.
I'm probably gonna go, guys.
Your camera's all messed up. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. Oh, I didn't even realize my cam was messed up. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But thank you for being here, Stardust. Exclamation. Oh.
Yeah.
Stardust's link is in chat. Go check her out.
Oh, right. Let me link my YouTube.
Oh yeah, throw the YouTube in there. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you. Yeah, thanks for being here. And
thank you for having me.
go ahead. You want?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say thank you for having me. It was super fun. I learned some things this stream, so wonderful stuff. See you guys later.
Yeah, that would be different from most of my streams. But thank you so much. Anyway,
somebody asked in chat. Yeah, I do stream. I do a whole bunch of different things. Follow me on Twitter. I'd really appreciate a follow on Twitter. The more follows I have on Twitter, the more interesting interviews I can get.
Oh well,
and then you'll
throw
know
your link
what I've
in and Twitch chat. Everyone, put your link in Twitch chat. Like, make it easier, people. I don't know, so hard. Market yourself. Okay. And yes, what did you say?
Oh, I said rocket.
Okay, yeah. Like everyone, Mixed Vivian Wolf is one of the most interesting people I've ever met. See, Lorderpole gets it.
Yeah, I'm following instructions over here. Like, I don't know why I should have been the last one to get on there.
Mixed Vivian Wolf is one of the most interesting people I have ever met. Like I was just remembering, I was just like thinking about like when I first met you. And like I was like, I have to talk to this woman. So we had like a one-on-one interview. It was amazing. I just let you go off for like 2 hours. It was beautiful. So I don't know. I've always admired Mixed Vivian Wolf. And that's why I think she's brave. I think she actually is brave, but not for like, you know, being trans, but for all the things that she has gotten up to. The things that she does in the background, I think are really fascinating. So everyone, you should definitely go follow Mixed Vivian Wolf. If you haven't done it before, do it now. Go follow her on Twitter. Blow her up so you can get more fascinating interviews, because she's doing stuff that like I don't see anyone else doing. What?
I did an interview on Saturday with a guy called T. Krulos, who wrote a book on the Phantom Patriot. That was a fucking... Wait, it's Saturday. It's Saturday night now. I did that literally last night. It was cool shit. So yeah, I do have genuinely interesting interviews, I think, anyway. That's what I really, really like doing. I talk a lot about cults and extremism and shit.
Sam, do you stream?
I'm planning on streaming soon. I think I had a interesting topic I wanted to cover on my stream because from a conversation I was having with Fnatic and an IROM yesterday after the panel about race realism and 23andMe and what it actually is trying to show you. But that was I'll keep that for
Can
when
you
I
go a
do
little
stream.
bit in depth on that? Like right now?
I just think that like a lot of people don't understand the like the statistics and like the modeling that comes behind it. And this is kind of what I study in my master's. I'm an AI student. So like people really don't understand clustering or distributions or any of that. And there's just some kind of misconnect between the necessary knowledge to understand exactly what like the 23andMe is doing and like which leads to a lot of people like claiming that like, oh, this is 100% like we can tell that it's our race from the 23andMe and not understanding any of it, what it actually is showing you, which is just like the probability of you having some ancestors from those regions.
Really? So it's not even like an actual
It's not
like
a mix. It's not even a mix. It's not like saying like, oh, you're 18% this. It's saying that like you have a it's popping a lot. Let me someone's saying it's popping. I could probably. Is that better? Is it no longer popping?
Yeah, it's better.
That is better actually.
Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of giving you a probability, and the probability of you having ancestors there based off of genomic sequences in your DNA. You have to remember that 23andMe started out as a health. It was looking for health recommendations based off your genomic sequence, which is something we do. This is like a relatively cutting edge. It's not really cutting edge, but there is more cutting edge research coming out about genetically designing medication for someone's genome rather than just giving people generic medication. And so that's where it started. And then this was kind of just like a side thing. So it's not developed 100% to be accurate in any way. So like a lot of people just like misunderstand what 23andMe
Well,
are
then
doing.
everyone.
Makes me glad that I've not done it.
Well, then
But
everyone.
it's still really, really fun to like steal a bit of DNA from a white supremacist and get a 23andMe done, and then send him the results showing that he's like 12% African or something.
That's fun. Fuck you guys. But yeah, everyone. And it's been such a reckoning with white supremacists. To find out so many of them have black genes. Oh, so beautiful. Or maybe Jewish ancestry. Amazing. So much fun. But yeah, so anyway, Sam the Human's link is in chat. Tiberius' link is in chat. Tiberius, thanks for joining us. So we'll be back on Monday for Revelry. It'll be great. You know, we'll do a thing. It'll be fun, I'm sure. And we'll have more open panels. You do it 6 days a week, not Sunday, because, you know, fuck that. But 6 days a week we do this. I'm going to send you off to a charity stream that's happening by Doc Midnight. Though I don't think he's actually on stream. I think other people are handling his stream right now because it's like a 48-hour type thing. But he's doing a COVID stream, COVID charity stream. So everyone, let's be kind to Doc Midnight. Send you all over to him, and please come back. So off you go to Doc Midnight. Yeah, again, please be kind and donate if you can to that worthwhile fund. And I will see you later. Bye.